The King's Avatar audiobook by Kevin Chapter 1181. The Demonic Journey to Championship Translator. Namiyami Editor. Namiyami, although Samsara's performance was as strong as ever, on the points rankings after this round, they slipped down 2 places. Tiny Herb, who had originally only lagged behind by 1 point, won 9-1 against Miracle and surpassed Samsara by 1 point. Wind Howl, who was originally behind Samsara by 2 points, had swept Bright Green 10-0 and were also now 1 point ahead of Samsara. Because of their alphabetical advantage, Wind Howl Huxia was currently in the lead. Tiny Herb Waikao was in second with the same number of points, 36, and third place was Samsara with 35. After losing in their away game to Samsara, 3-7, there was a bit of distance between their 30 points and the first 3 places. Misty Rain had 30 points as well, but lost alphabetically Yanyu to Blue Rain Lanyu, and were currently in 5th. 6th place Tyranny was now a full 10 points below the first place. Although their 7-3 win against Happy wasn't terrible, the fact that they'd gotten a big fat 0 in the individual competition was still snatched up by the reporters looking for a topic of interest. There were 2 other teams also at 26 points, Thunderclap and Void. This round, Thunderclap played an away game at 301 degrees, and in the end they tied at 5-5. This result happened when one team won all of their individual battles, and the other team won 5 points in the team competition. This result was relatively rare. The individual battles were split into the individual competition and the group arena, and those 5 points were split up, so a team could normally snatch at least 1 or 2 points. Unlike the team round, there were no teammates to help save a dangerous situation, and the team's strength was scattered. There could be a situation like Tianjai's horse race, or just one large mistake that affected a battle's outcome. Thus, even when a powerhouse faced a weak team, they wouldn't dare to guarantee a full 10-point victory. With one small mistake, the opponent could snatch that 1 or 2 points. It could be said that it was even more difficult to get all 5 points of the individual battles than the 5 of the team competition, since the team competition was determined in one battle. And in this match, 301 degrees won 5 points in the individual battles. As long as they won the team competition, they would win 10-0, a perfect victory. But in the end, even though they had the home advantage, they were still defeated by Thunderclap. To fail to get a single point in the individual battles would definitely have an effect on a team's mindset when entering the team competition. Thunderclap, however, was exceptionally resolute. Thunderclap's change this season had been discussed all throughout the past 3 rounds. Some people felt that they had changed, while others felt that this was just the return of the old Thunderclap. But after this team competition, famous commentator Quan Zhi Gao Shou wrote that Thunderclap had indeed changed, even from the previous Thunderclap that had Zio Shiken. The current Thunderclap is more confident and more determined. This change is what Zio Shiken brought back upon his return. He experienced a failed year with excellent era, but he found exactly what he needed. He brought this back and changed the face of Thunderclap. I look forward to their performance this season. This was the commentary Quan Zhi Gao Shou wrote after this round. And as a self-proclaimed Happy fanboy, he of course wouldn't skip on the commentary of Happy versus Tyranny. Regarding Tang Ru's promise of a 1v3, fanboy Quan Zhi Gao Shou was resolute in his hope that Tang Ru would succeed, but he was still a bit worried. He worried that Tang Ru couldn't accomplish it, but he also worried that Happy, in order to facilitate the 1v3, would ruin the rhythm of their team arrangement. In this round, Happy's order of battle for the individual battles were indeed different from before. In comparison, the esports time reporter Yuan Cheng, who attacked Tang Ru the most, didn't write much after Tang Ru lost to the first opponent in this match. All he said was as simple as expected. It seemed that Ryuan Cheng wasn't someone who would get excited over the just smallest thing, and it even seemed that he had begun to lose interest in this matter. However, the people who knew Ryuan Cheng understood that this was just because the time wasn't yet ripe. She had 5 rounds to 1v3, this was only the first. If she doesn't do it in 4 rounds, and in the 8th round, Ryuan Cheng isn't at the Tiny Herb versus Happy post-match press conference, then there are only 2 possibilities. 1. Tang Ru completed the 1v3 in that match. 2. Ryuan Cheng experienced an inescapable natural disaster. This was the judgment of someone who knew Ryuan Cheng well. This wasn't even a glory match anymore. It seemed to be a showdown between player and reporter. Winning 7 points against Happy, Tyranny's current score of 26 points wasn't too bad. But Void Zukong, who also had 26 points and was 1 place behind Tyranny Batu by alphabet, hadn't done too well this round. Although they were playing an away game, their opponent Conquering Clouds wasn't any strong team. The final score of 6-4 was unsatisfactory to Void supporters. There was also 100 Blossoms. After losing to Happy in their away game, they played a home game in the 3rd round, but lost to 301 Degrees, 3-7. It seemed like 100 Blossoms was beaten senseless. This round they fought an away game against Seaside, but the end result was still only 6-4. It had to be remembered that Seaside was the team with the worst performance in the first 3 rounds. Aside from winning 2 points against Misty Rain in the 1st round, they were swept in the 2nd and 3rd round. In low spirits, they fought against 100 Blossoms, who was also in bad condition. They actually managed to snatch 4 points. Even though 100 Blossoms won and Seaside lost, but because of each of their skill levels and positions, 100 Blossoms was the one unsatisfied, while Seaside seemed to have found the light of dawn. After 100 Blossoms' small victory of 6 points, they were 11th on the leaderboard with 18 points. Ahead of them was the team that had tied with Thunderclap, 301 Degrees with 19 points. 9th was Parade, after fighting a home game against Radiant, a team around their skill level. They earned a beautiful 8-2 and currently had 20 points. Royal Style was at 12th, having suffered in their away game this round against Heavenly Swords 3-7. Royal Style slid down 2 places on the leaderboard, while these 7 points allowed Heavenly Swords to finally fight out of the relegation area to 16th place. At 13th was Happy, at 15 points after 4 rounds. Aside from their big win against 100 Blossoms in the 2nd round, they had not tasted another victory. Disregarding the 1st place on the leaderboard, their distance to 8th place, the last playoff spot, was a large 11-point difference. This ranking was a far cry from their early declaration of aiming for the championship. Quite a few people talked about this alongside Tang Ru's 1v3 in 5 rounds. Was this sort of arrogant attitude just Happy's style? Crashing in 2 consecutive rounds, Happy couldn't help but feel a little disheartened. Even though they knew that this team still had problems here and there, their thirst for victory wouldn't be dampened at all. Sundays after match Saturdays were alliance-regulated rest days, but when Chen Guo came to the internet cafe early Sunday morning, she saw that the door to the 2nd floor was already opened, everyone already lined up in the training room. These guys, Chen Guo couldn't help but sigh. In reality, she'd already lamented this many times. Even if Happy's people might lack in skill, their spirit was never something to worry about. Big loss, big win, ups and downs, many people might not even be able to sleep at night. But Happy's people could always adjust and continue to sit in front of their computers working hard. Like this, we'll win for sure. Chen Guo carried this thought, and Happy continued to train hard. Round 5, round 6, time passed quickly. September was over in the blink of an eye, and they were now halfway through October. Starting from the fifth round, the Pro Alliance was reaching consecutive highs, powerful matches appearing one after another. In round 5, Samsara played an away game at Tiny Herb. Samsara's crushing dominance seemed to shrink again, but they still managed to win 6-4. On Tiny Herb's home field, Samsara obtained a small victory. In the same round, another match between powerhouses received attention, Tyranny against Blue Rain. On their home field, Blue Rain emerged victorious, 7-3. And then in round 6, there were two more important face-offs. Tiny Herb at Tyranny, Wind Howl at Samsara. In the end, Tyranny earned a small victory over Tiny Herb, 6-4. But the discussions about their capabilities didn't quiet down. Compared to their strength last season, where they had led the leaderboard the entire time, this season Tyranny was hovering just above the cutoff for playoffs, even falling down occasionally. They no longer had the boldness of last year. Samsara had their home game this match, taking down Wind Howl 8-2. And in the post-match press conference, the manager of Club Samsara suddenly expressed his complaints about Samsara's match schedule this season. Starting from round 3, Tyranny, Blue Rain, Tiny Herb, Wind Howl. If I called this the most demonic match schedule in history, I don't think anyone would object. At the same time, I haven't forgotten, after this round in rounds 7 and 8, we're facing Misty Rain and Void. This is truly an unforgettable journey to the championship. In reality, the sharper reporters discovered early on that Samsara's match schedule was so demonic, and they'd used this in some of their questions toward Samsara. Samsara didn't try to avoid the topic, but they downplayed it. Now, after 6 rounds of opponents, 4 of which were powerhouses, no matter whether they were home or away, Samsara managed to defeat all of them. No one asked, but Samsara now voluntarily brought up this point. The reporters suddenly understood. Samsara didn't want to discuss this before because they wanted to follow the style of their captain Joe Zekai. No talk, just do. And so they won their way here. Big or small victories, they won against every powerhouse. And so now, they could discuss this problem with no pressure at all. This wouldn't feel like an excuse because they had completely conquered this challenging match order. The cameras clicked and flashed as the reporters asked each of the players on stage about their feelings after facing this demonic match schedule. These victories were extremely important, both in earning points for our team and in suppressing our main competitors. I'm glad we were able to accomplish this, Vice Captain Jiang Batao said. Not bad, but I think that we can do even better. Bringing one autumn leaf from excellent era and swiftly becoming a crucial player for Samsara, Sun Xiang had become less haughty than before, but his confidence had increased quite a lot. Samsara's captain Joe Zekai, after about 10 seconds of long thinking, finally nodded. Good. What's good? That winning these matches was just good, or good thing you managed to win these matches? One reporter asked. The long thinking was inevitable and everyone waited patiently. Both. After this long thinking, Joe Zekai replied with this one word. Could you talk about your views of Tang Ru of Happy, who declared she would complete a 1v3 in 5 rounds? The reporters tirelessly chased after almost every player in the alliance with this question. They were still asking, which meant that Tang Ru had yet to succeed. Right now, 3 of the 5 rounds had passed. Tang Ru only had 2 more chances. Chapter 1182, Round 5. Round 6, Chapter 1182. Round 5, Round 6. Translator. Namiyami Editor. Namiyami. In the 5th and 6th rounds, Team Happy's opponents were Team Parade and Team Blue Rain. Away game against Parade, home game against Blue Rain, but their scores were 3-7 and 1-9. After their win against 100 Blossoms in the 2nd round, Happy had now lost 4 matches in a row. Even though their losses to powerhouses like Tyranny and Blue Rain were expected, teams like Radiant and Parade were only mid-tier teams in the alliance. Disregarding the championship, even if their goal was just to make it to playoffs, They needed to earn points against teams like these. But facing Radiant and Parade, the final score was 3-7 for both matches. They won all 3 individual battles, but in the group arena and the team competition, they couldn't defeat their opponent. The strongest new team in history. After the 6th round, the issue of Esports Time that released once again used this title, the same title that had been brought up after the 2nd round. That time, Happy was the headline on the front page, but this time, they were just in a casual spot in the issue, and the title now had a large question mark after it. After 6 rounds, Happy had 19 points at 15th place, only 9 points away from the relegation zone of 10 points. Maintain their current position. Everyone felt that this goal was realistic for them. As for championship or whatnot, that was such a joke, wasn't it? This was Ryuan Cheng's mockery in the latest issue of Esports Time. It seemed like he was no longer interested in Tang Ru's promise of 1v3, and he now focused his efforts on doubting the entirety of Happy. It had to be said that Ryuan Cheng was an experienced reporter. After 6 rounds, he accurately pinpointed all of Happy's problems. The various teams all worried in the face of Lord Grimm's new unspecialized class, but it now seems that this worry was unnecessary. Instead of saying that Lord Grimm is their threat, it should be said that Lord Grimm is their helper. I think that if Yiziu were not using this unspecialized right now, and was instead using a battle mage, Team Happy's scores would be slightly better than what they are right now. Though if that were the case, would the self-declared 1v3 pretty female rookie still have a spot on the team? Ryuan Cheng correctly identified Lord Grimm as the culprit of the problems of coordination that Happy faced, his tone all sorts of mocking, and in the end he still remembered to single out Tang Ru and her bet. Esports Times articles could to some extent influence public opinion. In round 7, Happy played their away game at Heavenly Swords, and in the pre-match press conference, the reporters were already coming to attack. Losing 4 matches in a row, the unspecialized has a strong problem of compatibility with the rest of the team members. Happy's performance in this season so far is far from your target of the championship. What do you think about this problem? One reporter asked Yiziu. Our team is improving every day and every round could see a turning point, Yiziu answered. Really? Then could you give a prediction of how many more rounds that take? Someone asked, biting on that more. Yiziu took a look. Wasn't this that reporter from Esports Time, Ryuan Cheng? Unlike Esports Home, Esports Time didn't have reporters stationed everywhere and reporters following teams. As a half-monthly magazine, they didn't need news as urgently as weekly publications did. They generally didn't report extensively on specific matches, and instead published more overview-type articles. So their reporters often wouldn't appear at every live match, and would instead hunt for material as needed for what they wanted to write. It was clear that after Tang Ru, Ryuan Cheng considered Happy as his material. After his article, he once again came to Happy's home game. This was the 4th round of the 5-round promise. In 2 rounds, the bet would be decided, and it happened to fall on a week where Esports Time was set to release an issue. Ryuan Cheng was calmly absent from the previous 3 rounds, but this round he finally couldn't restrain himself and came to Happy. To emphasize that more, he was clearly referencing the fact that Tang Ru's 5-round promise was nearing its end. Ryuan Cheng certainly had reasons for being unable to stay away from this match. Tang Ru's 5-round promise happened to fall during a demonic match order. Tyranny, Blue Rain, Tiny Herb, who expected a rookie to accomplish a glorious 1v3 in the face of these powerhouses. Thus, the key was in the rounds against Parade and Heavenly Swords. Tang Ru had failed in their match against Parade, so now, their match against Heavenly Swords was critical. Plus, there was the fact that Heavenly Swords and Happy were on such good terms with each other. What if they had some prior arrangement? Everyone could see Tang Ru's importance to Happy. If she really ended up quitting, not only would it affect herself, it would be a huge blow to Happy as a whole. Under these conditions, whether or not she could complete a 1v3, Happy was probably even more nervous than Tang Ru. At this time, they met Heavenly Swords. Heavenly Swords and Happy had a good relationship, and this team had a special characteristic. Their captain was the boss. The main players were just a group of the boss's friends. A team that played glory so much that they invested money into a team to enter the Pro Alliance. One could imagine how unscrupulous these people were. Yuan Cheng truly worried that these guys would throw a match, so he wanted to come to this match in person. If Heavenly Swords did do this, then Yuan Cheng would be powerless to stop it, but he could at least carefully stare at everything that happened in this match. He wouldn't let these group of people carelessly discard the spirit of competition. So in this pre-match press conference, he asked a question like, how many more rounds, because he wanted to see if Happy dared to confidently declare that today was the day. Yiziu looked at this guy, laughed a little and asked, what do you think? Yuan Cheng blinked, then chuckled. I'm the one asking the questions here, how come you're asking me now? Yes, I'm asking you, how about you help give us a prediction? Yiziu said. I hope that Happy will obtain satisfactory results today. Although Yuan Cheng hoped that Happy would fall over and die in the street forever, in public he still got by with some righteous words. When the other reporters asked questions, they were all about Happy's difficulties and Tang Ru's 1v3. After 6 rounds, the standings were becoming clearer and clearer. Right now, they were separated into 3 tiers. The first 7 teams all had scores above 40 points. Samsara, with 49 points, was once again in the lead. Wind Howl was second with 47. Blue Rain and Misty Rain with 46 points each were third and fourth. Because Tiny Herb lost consecutively to Samsara and Tyranny, they had 44 points and were in fifth. Thunderclap, the team regarded as changing the most this season, were in sixth also with 44 points. Void had 42 points, 7th place. After these 7 teams, the 40-plus point top tier ended. Tyranny at 8th place was still in range for playoffs, but they only had 35 points right now. Although this score was a distance away from the first 7, it was about the same distance from the teams in 9th through 12th. All 5 of these teams were in the 30-point mid-tier. Judging by the current point standings, they all had a chance of earning the 8th spot in the playoffs. 100 Blossoms hadn't encountered a strong team in rounds 5 and 6, so they finally performed rather well and earned the 9th place spot with 32 points. Afterwards, Parade, 301 Degrees, and Royal Style were 10th through 12th place. After them were Radiant and Heavenly Swords with 22 points each, and after that were the bottom-tier teams with below 20 points. Happy, at 19, was first among these teams. There weren't too many surprises in the 6th round. The strong teams continued to be strong, the weak teams lost in all sorts of ways. The final point counts were about as expected, comparing the teams' strengths on paper. Tyranny was the biggest disappointment. Last season they had swept countless forces, challenging records, yet this season they were at the doorway to the playoffs, a distance away from the first 7. Thunderclap was the biggest excitement. Even though they frequently made it to playoffs, it was normally by a small margin, squeezed in like Tyranny was now. But now, their point score was good, only 5 points away from first place. Aside from points, what was also important was their change in matches. Their current confidence and resolve was a rare sight in the past. Last season, 100 Blossoms had gotten off to a weak start before ending strong. Their playoff fight against the strongest team at the time, Tyranny, made them optimistic about their future. But this season, in the very second round, they were powerfully defeated by Happy, then drifted along in a dreamlike state for a few rounds. These past 2 rounds, though, they finally seemed to wake up, but on the whole their performance was rather disappointing. These 3 teams, as well as Team Happy, were currently the subjects of the most discussion. Clearly, there wasn't much good to say. People generally enjoyed seeing other people's suffering. At this time, the round 7 matches were finally about to begin. Like the previous rounds, this round didn't lack exciting matchups. Samsara, with their demonic match order, after fighting 4 powerhouses, would be facing Misty Rain this round. In addition, the 4 powerhouses were all fighting each other this round. Tyranny at Wind Howl, Blue Rain at Tiny Herb. The television broadcast team was in a dilemma. It was too hard to reconcile all of these conflicting important matches. Happy, 100 Blossoms, Thunderclap. No matter how much discussion they generated, they couldn't compare in such a situation. In the end, they chose to broadcast Wind Howl versus Tyranny. Tiny Herb and Blue Rain had their old rivalry, but Wind Howl versus Tyranny represented a confrontation between the new and the old. Ever since Tyranny gathered its 3 old veterans, this sort of conflict noticeably became much more intense. At the same time, the players of the various teams appeared on stage. "God, hello, everyone, long time no see." Lu Guaning pulled out the attitude of a host at this home game, giving Happy's members a grand and warm welcome. "Long time no see, long time no see." Upon investigation, Happy's closest friendships were really just with these few from Heavenly Swords. Compared to the previous rounds, where the pre-match player greetings were just formalities, this time they truly expressed their feelings of having not met in a while, shaking hands and even chatting a bit. "How are you going on stage today?" Yiziu asked as he shook Sun Jiping's hand. "Of course," Sun Jiping said. "Oh really? I really want to just crush your hand right now." Yiziu laughed. "Just try it." As Sun Jiping spoke, he tightened his grip. His hand was injured, but not to the extent where he couldn't feel anything. He just couldn't endure the rapid, long-term, high-intensity controls required in playing Glory competitively. That was all. "Ha ha, see you on stage." Yiziu shook his hand free and went to the next player. In Heavenly Swords, it was still just the same 5+ Sun Jiping who had the professional attitude. The other filler members just skillfully walked by with no fighting spirit, as though they just wanted to hurry up and sit back down. "God have some mercy on us." Lu Guaning cracked a joke when he shook hands with Yiziu. "Not good, the judge is listening," said Yiziu. "Kidding, kidding," Lu Guaning quickly said. Glancing to the side, he saw the judge really was aiming his ears toward them. Because of Tang Ru's promise, the relationship between these 2 teams had been brought up again and again, and Lu Guaning was well aware of this. But in the middle of this turmoil, Yiziu still said this sort of thing. "God, you're just too good at making small talk," Lu Guaning said, wiping away sweat. Chapter 1183, That Familiar Feeling. Chapter 1183. That Familiar Feeling. Translator. Namyami. Editor. Namyami. After this genuinely warm-hearted greeting, Happy and Heavenly Swords began their match. This was Heavenly Swords' home game. Although they were a very distinctive team, just from the number of seats filled, it could seem that they weren't a particularly popular team right now. Even after 1 year in the alliance, they weren't any better than Happy. In the end, strength was the most important thing in competition, and Heavenly Swords' strength was only about mid to low tier. Additionally, Heavenly Swords wasn't the only professional team in their home city. For many years now, City B was home to Tiny Herb, which was a team that was much more famous and had long established themselves as this city's symbol of glory. Heavenly Swords was both a weaker and a later team, so it was very difficult for them to establish themselves here. While they were preparing for this, they had billed themselves as a grassroots team, which made a lot of noise in game. But now everyone knew the truth. The only thing grassroots about Heavenly Swords was their strength. The 5 players were all from extremely rich families. Not a single hair on their heads was grassroots. Heavenly Swords wasn't too successful commercially, but no matter how senior or professional a glory commentator was, they wouldn't casually try to judge the operations of a team like Heavenly Swords, which was formed by some people who played glory themselves and invested their own money to form a team, even acquiring a stadium. Their beginnings were different, so it wasn't suitable to apply conventional logic to them. But no matter what kind of background or what kind of business operations, when a team stood here, victory was everything. The players of both teams returned to their respective player areas until only the first 2 players in the individual competition remained on stage. Yiziu, Sun Jiping. Not bad. Sun Jiping was very pleased with this matchup, and a fire ignited in his eyes. He'd retired for many years and then returned to this stage. This was all familiar to him, and yet foreign at the same time. What was familiar was that, no matter what updates and upgrades there were, this was still Glory's battlefield. It was still the same 24 classes to slaughter. What was foreign was that many people he had known in the past were no longer here. With every round of battle this season, all Sun Jiping saw were unfamiliar faces, including the people currently standing by his side. None of them were the alliance of his memory, the teammates of his memory. Characters as strong as iron, players like flowing water. It's all in the past. This wasn't the first time this sigh had crossed Sun Jiping's mind. But now, in this moment, the one who stood before him on the battlefield, Yiziu. Sun Jiping felt as though he were suddenly transported to those earliest seasons, with familiar people, familiar characters, familiar settings, familiar feelings. Let's begin. Sun Jiping clenched his right hand into a fist, lifted it to his mouth, and blew inside. In the past, this motion had been his habit, but many fans had now forgotten it. Even Sun Jiping himself hadn't revived this habit after his return. But now, after suddenly rediscovering this feeling of familiarity, this trademark motion naturally reappeared. Don't push yourself. Yiziu saw everything. He smiled and entered the competitor booth. The battle began. Berserker Another Summer of Sleep, unspecialized Lord Grimm, appeared at the 2 corners of the map. When the map loaded, the audience was stunned. This was Heavenly Swords' home game. They had the right to choose the map. For the individual battles, the maps were of course chosen by the battling player. And the map that Sun Jiping chose was the arena, the map that was limited in size, with no obstacles or changing features. It was the same map that Yiziu had chosen in the match against Tyranny, when he completely defeated Zhang Jiao. And now, Sun Jiping chose this same map to welcome Yiziu in a battle. Of course, he hadn't known beforehand that his opponent would be Yiziu, but the choice of this map still seemed like it was sending some message to Happy. Once they entered the map, Yiziu was about to send a message, but he'd only typed out 2 words before Sun Jiping's Another Summer of Sleep had already sprinted several steps forward, sending a collapsing mountain his way. It was a very normal opening for a berserker, but when Sun Jiping displayed this skill, something felt different about its momentum. Why was that? For someone like Yiziu, with many years of glory experience, this wasn't enough to cause a doubt. It was rhythm, Sun Jiping's rhythm, revealing this fierce and aggressive momentum. Yiziu had only typed 2 words before the light of the blade was already falling. Yiziu could only switch his attention to controlling his character. Complain about the map choice. Sadly, Sun Jiping didn't give him this time. When the collapsing mountain fell, Lord Grimm had already rolled to the side. Without waiting, the myriad manifestations umbrella opened to become a spear, slashing up with a sky strike. It seemed that this skill was a bit hasty, since Sky Strike had lesser priority than Collapsing Mountain. If these 2 skills met, Collapsing Mountain would shatter the Sky Strike. But experienced glory players could quickly realize that the timing of Lord Grimm's sky strike was impeccable. It would hit the opponent exactly when another summer of sleep's collapsing mountain hit the ground and ended, completely avoiding the system's determination of priority. Unfortunately, Sun Jiping was one of these experienced glory players. The collapsing mountain about to hit the ground was suddenly twisted to the side. Such a small twist didn't change the time difference between these skills, but it allowed the shockwaves from collapsing mountain head closer toward Lord Grimm. The skill had reached its ending sounds, and Yiziu noticed this change, but there was no time to change his controls. Collapsing mountain hit the ground, and in this moment the myriad manifestations umbrella lifted up in a sky strike. Hit! Another summer of sleep was sent to the air, but at the same time Lord Grimm was blown back. Lord Grimm was unable to dodge the shockwaves of collapsing mountain. This was just two low-level skills, but they encompassed such a rich, exciting confrontation, completed in a rise and fall. Those with weaker eyes, whose skills weren't high enough, didn't even notice the precise timing of the sky strike or the urgent adjustment of collapsing mountain. Those who just treated this as a direct clash of two skills were, as the saying went, burning a piano for fuel and cooking a crane for meat. Boom! At this moment, there was another explosion between the two characters as they were pushed away. Lord Grimm, knocked away by the shockwaves of collapsing mountain, shifted his myriad manifestations umbrella into gun form and sent an attack toward another summer of sleep. But another summer of sleep immediately used a blade master's guard, parrying the fired bullets with his sword. Your reaction's not bad. This time, Yiziu had time to type out a message. This was a change of skill that only an unspecialized could manage, but Sun Jiping still managed to react in time. Don't push yourself. Sun Jiping didn't care if the time wasn't exactly right. He just shoved Yiziu's exact words from before the match right back at him. Not at all. Yiziu still sent a reply. As soon as Lord Grimm hit the ground after the shockwave, he lifted a cold light and swept toward another summer of sleep. Assassin's skill, shining cut. In an instant, the distance that seemed to be growing between the two characters was suddenly shrunk again. And in this moment, another summer of sleep was still rolling on the ground, a quick recover after being hit by sky strike. Destruction slash. As another summer of sleep stood up, he unleashed this destruction slash. The Berserker was a wild and aggressive class, and the skills of this classes often had one characteristic: high priority. The sub-level 20 skills of an unspecialized had no way of competing with the priority of a destruction slash. Lord Grimm's rushed approach with a shining cut seemed more like he was delivering himself into the jaws of a tiger. The destruction slash, carrying the Berserker's intent to kill, surged toward Lord Grimm, but Lord Grimm's body vibrated, and a strong aura seemed to envelop his body. Reinforced iron bones. Lord Grimm used this striker skill now, meaning that he intended to take this destruction slash head-on. The damage of a destruction slash wasn't very high, as it was more of an effect-inducing attack. Targets hit by a destruction slash would have a large reduction in defense. This was the so-called destruction. So, taking a destruction slash wasn't just sacrificing some health. It also meant that in the next 5 seconds, the character's defense would be reduced by up to 70%. Classes with naturally high defenses were especially affected by this skill, which was why it was called a nightmare for high defense classes. Lord Grimm's equipment was a chaotic mess, with no bonus effects from class armor, and the defense granted was all over the place, not following the logic of a single level. And now that he activated reinforced iron bones, which raised his defense not by percent but by points. This, plus the chaotic defense of the character Lord Grimm himself, and then reduced 70%, The question of what his defense would ultimately be after all of that was a complicated calculation. The audience didn't need to calculate, because once this attack hit, they could directly see the changes of the character's stats. And the pro players, with their practiced calculation ability, they could instantly grasp the effect on Lord Grimm's defense after a points increase and a percentage decrease. The end result: 7% reduction, 7% decrease in defense, 10 times less than 70%. The effect of this destruction slash was basically negated by this reinforced iron bones. But the reinforced iron bones wasn't as simple as just increasing defense. In the 20 seconds of super armor after activating this skill, it also guaranteed that the character could unleash unreasonably strong attacks. The destruction slash slammed down. Lord Grimm's body swayed slightly, but under super armor, this swaying was basically the extent of the effect of destruction slash's priority. Lord Grimm swung his fists, which clenched the myriad manifestations umbrella, already shifted into two tonfas. Straight punch, knee attack, uppercut, chi bullet. The combo attack was already unleashed, landing like raindrops upon the body of another summer of sleep. Lord Grimm's strengthened state exuded an intense madness, hardly below that of a berserker. That's right, if he weren't like this, how could he have broken our blood and blossoms combination all by himself back then? As he watched another summer of sleep suffer this succession of attacks, Sun Jiping rediscovered another familiar feeling of days gone by. Chapter 1184, That Terrible Feeling. Chapter 1184, That Terrible Feeling. Translator, Namyami. Editor, Namyami. Lord Grimm practically only used grappler close combat skills. In their match versus Tyranny, Zhang Jile's dazzling 100 blossoms was directly blown out under this howling whirlwind of attacks. What about Zhang Jile's former partner of blood and blossoms, Sun Jiping? There weren't many in the crowd with such old memories of the past, but for these two players, this match was a battle that had continued from the past until today. Sun Jiping seemed to have never left, and Yi Ziu seemed like that past battle god. It won't be so easy, Sun Jiping roared in the chat. Another summer of sleep seized an opening, an aura of blood erupted from his body. Berserk. No, this was even stronger than Berserk. It was an awakening skill learned at level 50, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Bloodthirsty Frenzy could not be stacked with Berserk. Only one status effect could exist at one time. Bloodthirsty Frenzy increased offensive stats by 25% more than Berserk, and also gave the user super armor and a bloodthirsty effect, which can be split into two opposing effects. Bloodthirsty gave the user 10% lifesteal for all attacks, but Bloodthirsty also traded health with each attack, consuming one's own life to deal more damage to the opponent. When this skill was activated, it was very rare for berserkers to continue being on the defensive. Just the super armor effect that was stronger than reinforced iron bones could let the berserker avoid the effects of most skills. However, grabs were a special case. As soon as Yi Ziu saw Sun Jiping activate his awakening skill, he immediately dashed forward to try fling him. However, bloodthirsty berserkers were even more ferocious than berserkers. The heavy greatsword was almost like a lightsaber as it cut through the air. Lord Grimm's hand had yet to extend when another summer of sleep's greatsword arrived. Yi Ziu realized that if they had to compete in speed, Lord Grimm would be at the disadvantage. Guard. The myriad manifestations umbrella transformed into a sword. Lord Grimm raised the sword horizontally and blocked the attack with a clang. This guard had been executed tightly, but the bloodthirsty another summer of sleep had extraordinary strength. Although this attack had been blocked, Lord Grimm had actually been knocked back, his 2 feet sliding over the ground. This wasn't outside of Yi Ziu's expectations, though. Lord Grimm borrowed the momentum and leaped back. His sword returned to its sheath, and the umbrella turned into a gun, shooting the ground with aerial fire to quickly pull the distance between the two of them. However, another summer of Sleep's greatsword had already arrived. This guy, Sun Jiping's speed had exceeded Yi Ziu's imagination. This attack wasn't a skill. It was just a normal attack, which had little starting and ending lag. The greatsword sliced through the air in an arc to try catch the aerial fire retreating Lord Grimm. Aerial fire worked, but Lord Grimm was still caught by the tip of another summer of Sleep's greatsword. Bullets shot straight at another summer of Sleep's chest. Blood splattered everywhere, but another summer of Sleep didn't even flinch. He raised his greatsword in the air. Sword shadows from wild blood strikes spread through the air and hacked at Lord Grimm, dragging along a bloody mist. With just one attack, Lord Grimm's health slid down. Even the crowd felt worried. Knights had exceptional defense. It wasn't just because of the plate armor worn by them, but rather their plate armor proficiency that took the health and defensive capabilities of plate armor to the next step. However, just the existence of plate armor proficiency wouldn't make an elementalist want to choose plate armor for better survivability, because they couldn't give up the intelligence and cast speed from cloth armor. Every class obtained huge improvements in combat capabilities from armor proficiency, but the unspecialized didn't have these. Lord Grimm could only rely on the original stats of the armor to strengthen himself. However, the effectiveness of the armor on Lord Grimm was weak. It couldn't compare to his transforming myriad manifestations umbrella. Wild blood strikes struck Lord Grimm to the ground. Yi Ziu had Lord Grimm try to roll away, but Sun Jiping's another summer of Sleep was already in pursuit. With an earth-shattering slash and the offensive buffs from Bloodthirsty, it was almost like he teleported. His figure flickered. He suddenly appeared in front of Lord Grimm and slashed downwards with his greatsword. Lord Grimm dodged again. However, earth-shattering slash dealt AoE damage, and Lord Grimm was unable to completely get out of its range. Under the intense swaying from the earthquake, Lord Grimm wasn't able to stand up stably. Another summer of Sleep slashed twice, horizontally and vertically, completing a gore cross hit, consecutive hits. Sun Jiping bravely activated Bloodthirsty Frenzy, letting him forcefully interrupt Lord Grimm's continuous attacks and also giving him the initiative. This bravery and boldness did not let down his former title as the #1 berserker. No, even now, no one had this same confidence and this same valor to employ such a brute force method to take back the initiative. To many people, this type of choice might be unwise. If Lord Grimm's grab had been just a bit faster, he might have been able to throw another summer of Sleep away before his frenzy of attacks. However, Sun Jiping had done it. This wasn't his first time either. In his professional career, who knew how many times his risky and imprudent brute force transformed into the deciding point? This was not just luck. Behind this brute force hid precise observation and judgment. After that was his determination and resolve to put everything into one move. This was what many lacked, but Sun Jiping possessed. To others, the always advancing Han Wenqing was more fierce, while Sun Jiping was more wild. It was a wildness that disregarded everything else. It won't be so easy. In the public chat, Sun Jiping's words from before his bloodthirsty frenzy activation had yet to disappear. These same words suddenly popped up again. These two seemed to like to return each other's words in today's match. However, did just saying it won't be so easy make it easy? Lord Grimm suddenly trembled. This unspecialized also turned scarlet red. A dense aura of blood seemed to be emanating from his skin. Bloodthirsty frenzy. No, that wasn't possible. Those who understood the myriad manifestations umbrella knew that while a skill could be added to each transformation, awakening skills such as Bloodthirsty Frenzy were exceptions. Level 50 awakening skills as well as level 20 class advancement skills were every class's most distinct skills. They were skills that could not be used by any other class. and unspecialized was no exception. Lord Grimm wasn't using bloodthirsty frenzy, which meant the only other possibility was berserk. Berserk was very different from bloodthirsty frenzy, but it was generally viewed as a lower-level bloodthirsty frenzy. In fact, according to Glory's narrative, berserkers learned bloodthirsty frenzy through their understanding and control over berserk. Bloodthirsty frenzy could be considered an upgraded version of berserk. At this moment, Lord Grimm activated berserk. Did he want to use the budget bloodthirsty frenzy to fight with the real bloodthirsty frenzy? And because it was a skill placed on his weapon, it would only have one skill point in it. This berserk was far from the berserk that berserkers always maxed out. It was like trying to break a stone with an egg. Everyone was thinking this, but another Summer of Sleep's next attack unexpectedly missed. No way. Everyone was shocked. It was just a level 1 berserk. The buffs given to Lord Grimm couldn't be that much, yet just this slight boost made it so that Sun Jiping was unable to react in time. Yes, he couldn't react in time. Another attack whiffed. Sun Jiping couldn't help but laugh bitterly. It had been so many years from his injury to retirement to his return, yet his habits hadn't changed. And Yi Ziu still remembered. As a result, in this match, Sun Jiping searched for the feel from that year and burst forth. Yi Ziu's choice to fight measure for measure suddenly suppressed Sun Jiping's momentum. The change was because of that berserk. Although it was only at level 1 and the buffs were minimal, Sun Jiping was unable to keep up with this tiny change. This had nothing to do with speed but rather rhythm. Sun Jiping always pushed his rhythm to the highest. Switch the beat, switch the speed. No. There was no such concept in Sun Jiping's mind. He got to his rhythm in one step, and that one step reached the limit. As a result, when Yi Ziu's Lord Grimm activated berserk and his offensive stats increased, Sun Jiping's attack rhythm seemed to have reached a bottleneck, unable to reach the next step. This was because he had already been at his limits. Sun Jiping had always competed at his limits. Sun Jiping needed to adjust his rhythm, but he wasn't good at it and he felt disgusted doing it. Moreover, he also knew very well that Yi Ziu wanted to stop him there. The instant he changed up his rhythm, Yi Ziu would take back the initiative once again. At their skill level, just this change up in tempo could be the deciding factor of this match. The difficulties of subtleties within this fight was not able to be understood by even pro players, let alone the average viewer if they did not understand these too well enough. They would be astonished just like the viewers. It was just a level 1 berserk. Why can't Sun Jiping keep up? How disgusting. Having his surging offense get cut off like this by Yi Ziu made Sun Jiping feel as sick as if he had eaten a fly. It hadn't been easy for him to find back that familiar feeling from the past. Why did this terrible feeling have to come back too? This opponent is just as annoying as before. A sense of rhythm, what was that? I'll probably never understand in this lifetime. Against this guy, I'm probably not even doing as well as Zhang Jiao. In the end, another Summer of Sleep fell. The sense of rhythm was an extremely fatal flaw for this first-generation god. Compared to what a pro-level player should possess, his sense of rhythm could be described as a complete mess. As a result, facing an opponent who knew him well, his weakness was quickly drawn out and he met a crushing defeat. Not bad. To think you could still get out that type of offense. You scared me. After the match, Yi Ziu specifically went to call out to him. Stop with the nonsense. I still lost. Sun Jiping was annoyed. How could you beat me alone? Yi Ziu laughed. Chapter 1185. An opponent thoroughly understood. Chapter 1185. An opponent thoroughly understood. Translator. Namyami editor. Namyami in Happy's away game with Yi Ziu's victory. Happy led 1-0. However, for those who supported Happy, this sort of opening was unable to excite them. Recently, Happy had this kind of tempo. Their openings were good, but then they started dropping points, especially in the team competition. Up until now, their only team competition victory was against Team 100 Blossoms. What about today? In the current climate, it was still rather rare for Happy's fans to come to their away games. However, Happy had fought in City B in the Challenger League Finals. It was the place where they beat Excellent Era. Seven Fields and his group of guild buddies were all residents of this city. In the Challenger League Finals, they had formed a small group and came to cheer them on. Guild Happy was flourishing at the moment, and Seven Fields and his guild buddies were core guild members. Team Happy was coming to their city to play a match, so how could they not organize guild members ahead of time to cheer for Happy? The Pro League seating arrangements weren't as casual as the Challenger Leagues. Away team fans would usually be grouped together in one area to avoid being mixed in with home team fans, so if any disagreements arose, there wouldn't be any conflicts. Seven Fields' group sat at Happy's away team seats. Quite a few people had come. After Happy won the first round of the individual competition, all of them were cheering loudly. In a stadium usually filled with home team fans, it was quite a spectacle to see. The second round of the individual competition took place under this type of atmosphere. Team Happy, Kaio Yifen, Ghostblade, 1-Inch Ash, Team Heavenly Swords, Zhu Yunhai, Elementalist, Ocean Ahead. Heavenly Swords characters had been created when these friends first started playing the game. Now that they were in the pro circle, they switched out their equipment for new ones. After much effort from Lu Guaning and them, they replaced their old equipment for better ones. From this point, Heavenly Swords had pretty good equipment because their efforts were focused. The good things were all piled on their 5 core characters. Even if the other characters were butt naked, they wouldn't care. With such a concentration of resources, their characters naturally became a lot stronger, albeit at the cost of their non-core characters. Happy and Heavenly Swords used to play with each other constantly in the game, so they were all familiar with each other. After Kaio Yifen and Zhu Yunhai entered the stage, they even chatted a bit in the chat. After the countdown started and the two began fighting, Kaio Yifen won in the end. His performance was always consistent. Even though he never had any overwhelming advantage over Zhou Yunhai, he always had control over the situation. When Zhu Yunhai came down, his expression looked a bit ugly. He was clearly unhappy with being stuffed out in this fight. Friendship first, competition second. These were oftentimes just words. As long as one was on stage, who wouldn't want to win? Bad blood appearing because of a bad match wouldn't be anything new. Quarrels occasionally arose even when teammates practiced against each other, let alone an official match where victory or defeat mattered. Of course, Zhu Yunhai was just gloomy. He wasn't at the point where he would quarrel with Happy. It was just that after 2 consecutive losses, Heavenly Swords wasn't nearly as relaxed as before. Just because the two teams were good friends with each other, hoping for a peaceful ending was too sweet. For Happy, their third player was Suma Cheng. For Heavenly Swords, Lu Guaning had originally planned on saying a few words to their third player, but when he saw that their opponent was an all-star, he ended up not saying anything. He simply patted their player's shoulder and sent him up. Lu Guaning admitted that he was still a distance away from an all-star. If he had to face an all-star, whether he won depended on luck and how he performed that day, so he wasn't able to point out any crucial win conditions. Heavenly Swords player was called Li Weiyi. He was the one that Heavenly Swords had signed to meet the minimum requirements. The individual competition and group arena required 6 players to compete in, but Lu Guaning and his friends were 5 people. Among them, Zhang Yeli was a cleric and could only come out in the team competition. Thus, there were only 4 remaining. 2 others were needed. They didn't try to recruit any famed generals to meet this quota. The positions of the 5 friends were untouchable. What famed general would be willing to just be someone to meet the quota? In the end, Lu Guaning found 2 people from who knew where. They had some skill, but there would be some objection to call them truly skilled. In the third round, Su Macheng easily won. Happy had a 3-0 lead, sweeping the individual competition. Lu Guaning didn't say anything to the returning Li Weiyi. Asking a stopgap cheerleader to win over an all-star was asking too much. Team Heavenly Sword's roster was extremely abnormal. It wasn't like they didn't have the resources to change that, but rather they weren't willing to. Their original aspiration was to give the 5 of them an opportunity to fight on the pro stage. They weren't done yet, so they didn't plan on giving up on this opportunity to other pro players. A short break followed after the individual competition. The 2 teams could talk and do some preparation for the group arena during this break. With the individual competition over, it was obvious who would be playing in the group arena. However, the roster for the group arena was set before the match began and could not be changed at this time. The Alliance had considered letting teams make adjustments mid-match, but in the end, they hoped that the players would focus their attention on the match itself and not waste too much of their efforts on benefiting from making adjustments. Because of their good relationship with each other, it was hard to avoid the 2 teams mingling together during this break time. The Alliance didn't forbid 2 teams from talking to each other during this break, but whenever there was any contact between 2 teams, the referee would always be watching over very strictly in case the players were violating the integrity of the competition. There was someone in Happy who had made a bet. With Happy's opponents being their friends, all sorts of rumors had flown around long ago. The staff members of the Alliance were watching the communication between the 2 teams very tightly, but it wasn't Happy taking the initiative to go over and talk, but rather Heavenly Swords who had just gotten swept in the individual competition. Lu Guaning looked like he was at a funeral. He walked around Happy in a circle before finally saying to Yiziu, "God, you're too fierce. What you guys are doing is saving up your strength and then taking out the knife to start the operation." "Ha ha," Yiziu laughed. "It's undeniable our understanding of you guys is the most comprehensive." Lu Guaning was speechless. He was most scared of God Yiziu's calm and righteousness that was completely reasonable and irrefutable. "But then again, you guys can't keep doing this long term," Yiziu said. "Even if you guys are constantly improving, if your team is always just you 5, you lack variance. You'll quickly be completely grasped by others." "I feel like it's fine," Lu Guaning said. "That's because there aren't any teams who feel threatened by you guys, right?" Yiziu said. "God," Lu Guaning cried. "Could you not be so honest?" For their matches this season, Lu Guaning had felt quite satisfied with Heavenly Sword's performance. No matter who their opponents were, they always won a few points. In their 4th round, they even beat Royal Style 7-3. That was Royal Style. Even though they were no longer frequent visitors of the playoffs, for good or bad, they had an all-star and were a very experienced team. Taking them down gave Heavenly Swords a huge boost in confidence. All of them felt like they had grown and improved after a year in the Alliance. But to God Yiziu, they were just opponents who weren't worthy of being studied. This couldn't be considered as others looking down on them, though. A team had 19 opponents in the Alliance. Everyone's time was limited, so teams needed to choose who to focus and who not to focus on. If a team tried to grab them all, it was very possible that the team would end up not grabbing any. And among these teams, Heavenly Swords belonged to the category of who not to focus on. Lu Guaning had no choice to concede on this point, which was why God Yiziu's words made him tearful. "You'll be going up in the group arena, right? Hurry up and get ready. We'll let you guys see just how disastrous it is to be completely understood by your opponents," Yiziu said. "How disastrous it is to be completely understood by your opponents." Lu Guaning and the others knew very well by the end of this match. Facing 100 Blossoms, they had won 2 points. Facing Blue Rain, they had won 1 point. Facing Royal Style, they had won 7 points. And facing Royal Style, who had beaten Happy, they had won 6 points. This season, they had utilized their home game advantage well. Both of their victories were their home games. But this time, in their home game versus Happy, Heavenly Swords ended up with 0 points. 10-0. Team Heavenly Swords was swept clean by a team that had only won one match so far. Happy didn't give them any mercy. Of course, Heavenly Swords also maintained proper sportsmanship. In the group arena, after Tang Ru beat one of their players, she lost to their second player when Kebe's battle Mage. 1v3. 4 rounds had passed and Tang Ru had yet to achieve even a 1v2. Her chance with Heavenly Swords ended with failure. Her only chance left was against Tiny Herb. A 1v3 against Tiny Herb. What a joke. In the post-match press conference, Ryuan Cheng had snatched a good spot. He trusted that even though Happy had a perfect win today, their mood probably wasn't too good. From a long-term perspective, Tang Ru failing a 1v3 and leaving the team was an enormous loss to them, whether that was in strength or in popularity. This beautiful girl really did have some fans right now. Ryuan Cheng had received no small amount of hate for his attacks on her. Did Tang Ru not come? What a pity. There's probably a lot of pressure on her, right? Seeing that Tang Ru was missing from Happy's seats in the press conference, Ryuan Cheng didn't even say any polite congratulatory words for their win today. He directly brought out the bet that he had been banking on this entire time. Everyone in the team from top to bottom is confident in Tang Ru, Yiziu said calmly. There's still 1 round left. We can't be too hasty with our words, so we'll just have to wait and see. Ryuan Cheng's words weren't said too early, but his confident look as if he had planned this in advance was truly loathsome. He might as well have just displayed the schadenfreude at the bottom of his heart out in the open. It would have looked more sincere and natural. Little Tang is too pure. I say, she only said what she would do if she didn't keep her promise. But if she succeeds, don't you think you should do something? Fang Rui said to Ryuan Cheng. I'll send her my heartfelt blessings, really. Ryuan Cheng put on an honest face. He wasn't about to be provoked. Grab me a bucket, Fang Rui shouted. I'm going to puke. Chapter 1186 never happened before. Chapter 1186 never happened before. Translator, Namiyami editor. Namiyami, after finishing their post-match interviews, Happy's group ran into Heavenly Swords players. Being swept 10-0 was truly embarrassing, and Heavenly Swords was clearly unhappy with tonight's match. However, they fulfilled the words enemies on stage, friends off stage. They put their emotions in order and showed their hospitality as hosts to Happy. Around this time, the other matches this round were also finishing up. The highlight matches this round coincidentally ended with the home teams losing as well. Tiny Herb vs. Blue Rain, 4-6. Wind Howl vs. Tyranny, 4-6. The powerful young team Wind Howl tripped up against the experienced old team Tyranny. The controversy over Tyranny finally eased after this match. Apart from these 2 matches, there was also Samsara vs. Misty Rain, ending 9-1. Samsara continued onwards with their unstoppable march. During the preseason, people had been worried about compatibility issues between Sun Xiang and Samsara, but from the looks of it, Sun Xiang's addition to the team was an exceptional move. Whether it was in the individual competitions or the team competition, Samsara's strength had improved remarkably. If their momentum stayed, Sun Xiang's and One Autumn Leaf's transfer could definitely become a classic example of an amazing transfer in the history of glory. Apart from these powerhouses, the other powerhouse met with misfortune. Team Void had unexpectedly lost against visiting Team Miracle in their home game. The other new team this season was not as weak as the other new teams in past seasons. The former Team Excellent era players that made up Team Miracle showed why they had once been in a powerhouse team. After being swept by Team Blue Rain 10-0, Team Miracle was able to win a few points every round. This round was even more of an upset. Although their 17 points at the moment was able to get them to 17th place, fourth from last, because they were a new team, and because the other new team was very popular, the amount of attention towards Team Miracle was limited. When Samsara complained about their demonic match schedule this season, if anyone had taken a look at Miracle's schedule, they would have noticed that within these 7 matches, Miracle had already run into Tyranny, Blue Rain, Tiny Herb, Wind Howl, Misty Rain, and Void. Demonic schedule. Team Miracles was even worse. Despite their schedule, for their team to not even be in the relegation zone was already incredible. After this upset, Team Miracle finally received some attention. This team consisting of former Team Excellent era players, as the core had some substance to them. Apart from these matches, the rest were practically all home team victories. Only Team Parade lost as the home team 4-6 against Team 301. After these 7 matches, Samsara remained at the top of the rankings with 58 points, with Blue Rain in second. Thunderclap once again showed astonishing improvement. Thunderclap used to be a team pacing back and forth at the edge of the playoff zone. Right now, they had pushed their way to 3rd place with 52 points, the same as Blue Rain. 4th place, Wind Howl. 5th place, Tiny Herb. 6th place, Misty Rain. 7th place, Void. 8th place, Tyranny. Not much had changed between these 8 playoff teams. Happy crushed Heavenly Swords 10-0. With these 10 points, they were ranked 14th with a total of 29 points, 1 place up from last round. The bottom 2 relegation teams were Seaside and Bright Green. The gap between them and the other 2 teams had grown even wider. The distinction between top, middle, and bottom tier teams were becoming more and more clear. That night Happy accepted the hospitality of Heavenly Swords, who had suffered a crushing defeat by their hands. Heavenly Swords, of course, wasn't in too great of a mood. Happy didn't lose themselves just because of this long-awaited win, though. At this moment, they were all concerned about one problem: Tang Ru. There was only 1 round remaining for her 5-round bet, and their opponents for this final round was Team Tiny Herb. Complete a 1v3 against Tiny Herb. Unfortunately, looking at past data, the situation was looking extremely unfavorable. Ever since Wang Jixi joined Team Tiny Herb had never been 1v3'd in the group arena, whether this was against the Battle God, Sword Saint, King of Fighting, or the Great Gunner. The teams with those gods may have won the group arena in the end, but a 1v3 had never been done before by anyone. Of course, just because it had never been done before didn't mean it couldn't happen in the future. These statistics were also reported to let people know just how much of a challenge Tang Ru faced. There were obviously people who were rejoicing at her misfortune, and quite a lot of them too. At Happy, the most worried was Chen Guo, of course. She was too afraid to talk to Tang Ru, fearing that her uncontrollable nervousness would infect and disturb her. Right now she really wanted to hear a concise solution from Yiziu. "What do we do?" she asked Yiziu. Yiziu only shook his head. "She can only rely on herself." "There's nothing you can do," Chen Guo said. "It's not possible to have a surefire method for something like a 1v3, Yiziu said. "What if she fails? What do we do?" Chen Guo was worried. "Then it'll be her choice," Yiziu said. "Didn't you help her choose 5 rounds? Why didn't you say 50? Chen Guo didn't care about Yiziu's previous explanation. "Be more serious." Yiziu looked at her and said. Chen Guo was speechless. She wasn't joking, though. If Yiziu had said 50, perhaps this matter would have just been left as banter. But then again, even if a reporter like Ryuan Cheng didn't deny Happy that opportunity to regard it as a joke, Tang Ru herself might not accept it. When she really put her mind to it, she was quite scary. Chen Guo remembered when Tang Ru helped her complete the Heavenly Domain Challenge. Once she had decided on doing it, she kept trying again and again, unable to be pulled away. Chen Guo let out a long sigh. She had thought of too many ifs. In the end, what had to come would come. October 25th, the 8th round of the Glory Pro League sounded. There were several powerhouse confrontations. Blue Rain versus Wind Howl, Tyranny versus Misty Rain, Samsara versus Void. However, the match chosen to be broadcast was Happy versus Tiny Herb. 1v3 in 5 rounds was the biggest topic of this match. Even though practically no one thought Tang Roo could do it, they still hoped to personally witness this moment. The broadcast team had chosen this match to comply with the popular opinion. When it was almost 8 p.m., the players on both sides entered the stadium. After greeting each other, the first players in the individual competition went onto the stage. But in the commentary, they still hadn't started introducing these two players. They were still discussing Tang Roo's 1v3. A poll on whether Tang Roo could complete this 1v3 just closed right before this match started. We can see that among the 65,525 voters, 64,388 voters thought that Tang Roo will not be able to achieve a 1v3. In other words, only 1,137 people believed in Tang Roo, which comes out to about 1.7%, not even 2%. Coach Lee, what are your thoughts? Pan Lin said. Even though Happy is a new team, they're quite popular. We can see this from the number of seats filled in their home stadium. 1.7% means that many Happy supporters don't think that Tang Roo can complete it. In addition, fans don't always vote based on a logical analysis. Most of the times, they vote based on their feelings, a show of their well wishes. However, from looking at how Happy supporters are voting, we can see that even among their fans, Tang Roo's bold 1v3 promise is unpopular. Li Yibo started speaking. Oh, then what are your thoughts, Coach Lee? Pan Lin asked. Haha, the courage and confidence of young players is laudable, but they can't be too ignorant, Li Yibo said. It looks like Coach Lee doesn't think highly of Tang Roo's 1v3. Okay, then I'll stand opposite to you. I'll support Tang Roo. Pan Lin laughed. His attitude was clearly just to liven up the atmosphere. It didn't mean he was a true fan. If she can really do it, it'll be a historical moment. If I remember correctly, according to past data, Team Tiny Herb has never been 1v3'd before, right? Li Yibo said. Yes. I hope we can see this historical moment. Okay, the first round of the individual competition is about to begin. Happy will be sending out their team captain, the former owner of the Battle God One Autumn Leaf. Nicknamed the Glory Textbook, Yiziu is using the unspecialized Lord Grimm, a character that has received much attention this season. As for Tiny Herb, they sent out their new generation witch, the genius Gao Yingji. This could be considered a confrontation between two generations. The map chosen is Red Plum Pavilion. Coach Lee, who do you think will win? When the match went underway, Pan Lin immediately stopped discussing the topic of Tang Roo's 1v3 and started talking about this confrontation. Asking about predictions of the outcome was a common topic for commentators. In reality, the question wasn't simply for predictions on who would win. In order to make a prediction, an introduction and analysis of the two opposing players had to be done, so it always worked as a conversation topic. Yiziu is experienced, he's familiar with every class and he uses an unspecialized. These are where his advantages lay. However, Gao Yingji has grown into a youth that can take charge. He's young. He has energy. And to Yiziu, Gao Yingji is perhaps an unfamiliar player. They have never fought before. Li Yibo was familiar with how to reply to this type of question. He lay bare the advantages that both sides possessed and didn't talk about his actual prediction. When the outcome of the match became clear, he could just follow up. See, I told you guys Roman 20 is very XXXX. As for this fight, who would be Li Yibo's justification this time? At this moment, the two sides finally started clashing. Chapter 1187 Carefully Honed Talent Chapter 1187 Carefully Honed Talent Translator Namyami Editor Namyami Magic Missile. Gao Yingji's kind tree started out simple, testing the waters with a not-so-powerful magic missile. Lord Grimm dodged easily. Obviously, he didn't lack in ranged methods of attack. Myriad manifestations umbrella raised. 3 anti-tank missiles seemed to have been swung out, roaring with a fiery tail as they flew at their target. Gao Yingji's kind tree immediately waved a hand, and a star-shaped symbol was tossed out, transforming into a magic ray as it darted forth. Star ray? No. This magic ray accurately struck one of the anti-tank missiles, then immediately rebounded towards another, and then sped right for Lord Grimm. This was a variant of star ray, star refraction. Compared to star ray, it wasn't as powerful, but one could utilize the distinguishing feature of this refraction to create unexpected attacks. Currently, after refracting thrice, the 3 anti-tank missiles had already exploded in mid-air, light flashing and smoke billowing. As for Lord Grimm, he had no choice but to dodge the attack that came refracted at him. With his sidestep, Kind Tree was already charging out of the smoke and fire, directly at Lord Grimm. With a wave of his hand, a lava flask was thrown down, and soon after he was swinging his broom at Lord Grimm. Gao Yingji's flurry of attacks quickly followed swiftly after his star refraction, barely giving Yiziu any chance to react. Sword draw. The broom was about to hit Lord Grimm's head when a blade of light flashed out. Because of the myriad manifestations Umbrella's transformative abilities, it often hid a lot of very easily distinguishable skills in strange movements. This sword draw was exactly this. However, the prodigious Gao Yingji reacted swiftly. Kind Tree's advance immediately stopped and turned into a backwards jump. The ground had already melted under the lava flask, but Yiziu refused to give up such a good opening. Lord Grimm used a knight's charge and pursued Kind Tree against the damage from the lava. The two figures moved, immediately changing positions. Lord Grimm came over with his charge while Gao Yingji's Kind Tree avoided the attack by getting on his broom mid-jump. Gao Yingji's reaction speed was truly amazing. Even Yiziu was a little surprised at his miss. However, a counterattack immediately followed. Broom Tornado. Just barely dodging this attack by riding his broom, Kind Tree immediately turned his broom and quickly swung it down at Lord Grimm. The entire process looked as if Kind Tree had simply switched directions twice in mid-air, smoothly and clearly. This time, Lord Grimm didn't have the time to dodge. With the rapid spinning of the broom that Broom Tornado created, it was hard to parry as well. Yiziu could only go onto the defensive, raising his sword horizontally with a blade master's guard. What followed was the continuous sound of the broom clashing with the edge of the sword. Broom Tornado battered at Lord Grimm at high speed, sweeping him back. Star Ray. Gao Yingji wasn't greedy. Just as the Broom Tornado was going strong, he suddenly canceled the skill and threw out a Star Ray. At such a close distance, there was no way Lord Grimm could dodge. The magic ray hit, causing Lord Grimm to stumble. Kind Tree's broom was already enchanted with frost powder. As it was whipped through the air, it left a trail of shattered ice crystals in the air as it slapped down at Lord Grimm. For melee combat, witches mostly just used normal attacks, but with specialized magic tools, they could enhance their weapon's damage and enchant their weapon with special effects. For example, frost powder had the chance of freezing the target directly. Even if you were unlucky, it would still inflict a slow. Everything depended on the target's resistance. Now, the number of pieces of silver equipment on Lord Grimm's body was slowly increasing, but he still mostly had orange equipment. This meant his stats were easy to figure out. Gao Yingji currently used frost powder naturally because he had realized that Lord Grimm didn't have much of a resistance to ice. Slap, 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 that was how witches attacked. Even with frost powder, normal attacks wouldn't do any significant damage, but if he was hit and frozen, that would be dreadful. Kind Tree started off with 3 consecutive attacks which Lord Grim barely dodged. The 4th attack, Gao Yingji knew the other wouldn't be able to dodge, but that was when Lord Grim threw a handful of powder over as well. This was. Gao Yingji recognized it immediately, but Kind Tree's attack was already sweeping forth. He didn't have time to retract it. A hit. As expected, Yi Ziyu couldn't dodge this attack, but it was just a hit. What could a normal attack do? Freezing effect. It was gone. What Lord Grim had thrown just now was something Gao Yingji was more than familiar with, the witch's disperse powder. The effect of frost powder on his weapon also counted as a buff. When met with disperse powder, it was immediately neutralized. However, only the frost powder was neutralized, not Kind Tree's attack. This hit was just a normal attack without the wanted freeze effect, but with the following attack, Gao Yingji was already attempting to inflict his own effects. Sweep. The broom swept up diagonally with the witch's knock-up skill. Lord Grim was immediately suspended in the air. Gao Yingji quickly followed after with Kind Tree to take this chance to unleash a combo, but instead saw the suspended Lord Grim facing him, looking straight at him. A trap, Gao Yingji instantly realized. When struck with a knock-up skill, it was impossible to adjust your position so well, so there was only one explanation. Lord Grim hadn't actually been struck, he had merely jumped up. Yi Ziyu had predicted his next move and cooperated to create the illusion that he had been struck, and then he would launch an unexpected counterattack. The light of a blade flashed and Lord Grim plummeted with a falling light blade. Gao Yingji was already having Kind Tree hurriedly avoid it, but falling light blade. With this attack, it was clear that Yi Ziyu had once again predicted Gao Yingji's next move. Falling light blade's small shockwave was just enough to capture Kind Tree. Kind Tree, hit by the shockwave, was knocked to the side. Gao Yingji rushed to quick recover, but Lord Grim had already pursued him over, swing down from overhead with a collapsing mountain. Was collapsing mountain a hard-to-dodge attack? No, but the problem was the timing Yi Ziyu chose. He attacked right as Kind Tree was in the middle of his quick recover. He couldn't really cancel, but continuing wouldn't do him any good, and it was too late to change directions. Another trap. What a troublesome opponent. In the Season 8, Gao Yingji rarely had chances to play, so he hadn't fought Yi Ziyu before. Afterwards, they had come to a few exchanges in the online game. In the new server at the beginning, they had been crushed by the unspecialized with their low-leveled classes. There was no helping that. For the unspecialized, if it wasn't for the lack of skill points, the class would be mature at level 20. But what about other classes? When they were level 20, they only had 5 skills for their class. Even if they learned more from other classes of the same type, that couldn't compare to the unspecialized. Fewer skills meant fewer variations then, considering how they were against God Yi Ziyu with his comprehensive knowledge. Their attacks would be easily seen through and dealt with. Training with Yi Ziyu in the new server was a painful memory. Back then, Tiny Herbs members all had the same thought. They all believed that their immature characters had crippled their ability, and would naturally be at a disadvantage against the unspecialized. If it wasn't so, then the result would be very different. Now, fighting Yi Ziyu one-on-one, Gao Yingji really wanted to tell those teammates the truth. With a mature character, it really was different from using a low-leveled character. But if you were to say the result would be different when fighting Yi Ziyu, that wasn't necessarily true. Even with Kind Tree, Gao Yingji still felt that he was using the low-leveled character he had once used against Yi Ziyu. All of his intentions had been seen through, his every move predicted. The attacks God Yi Ziyu executed weren't magnificent, but they were inescapable, always timed when you were incapable of dodging. How did he manage to hone his awareness and experience to such a degree? Gao Yingji was suddenly a little envious. He had hand speed. He was quick at reacting. He could switch between playstyles and combinations whenever he wished. He was a prodigy. He was far faster at learning, at mastering anything thrown his way than other people. However, it was impossible for him to gain the carefully honed talent God Yiziu had sharpened from who knew how many battles. It seemed as if everything that he was doing was being discerned and analyzed. This feeling was so intense. Even against his captain, Wang Jixi, Gao Yingji had never felt such an imposing pressure. Shouldn't his captain understand him better than God Yiziu? His usual combinations wouldn't be of any use. He had to do something that the other wouldn't be able to predict. Gao Yingji, after losing the initiative, fell into a helpless situation. No matter how he switched up his tactics, he wasn't able to escape Lord Grimm's control. From the outside, it seemed that he wasn't at such a disadvantage. Occasionally, he would still find chances to counterattack. In the beginning, that's what Gao Yingji thought as well, but soon enough, he realized that while he had accurately grasped these seemingly valuable chances, he never managed to achieve what he had been intending. He could send out a few counterattacks every now and then, but in the blink of an eye, Yiziu would have taken back the advantage. Thus, he came to a realization. These so-called chances were all under Yiziu's control as well. No one would dare say that their fighting was flawless, but Yiziu was able to keep the openings he revealed under his control. Thus, Gao Yingji might have grasped chance after chance, but was never able to make anything out of it. So this was the Glory textbook, the strongest player in the history of Glory. Gao Yingji gazed at the weird character, swinging a strange weapon and wearing an uncomfortably mismatched set of equipment with fearful reverence. He really is strong, but I can't give up just like this. Gao Yingji grit his teeth. Kind Tree didn't have much health left and he still wasn't able to find an opening to turn the tides. His only choice was to go all out, Glory. When the word flashed on the screen, the match came to an end. So in the end, he still lost. Gao Yingji stared at the fallen Kind Tree, stunned. Chapter 1188 Grinding Out a Win. Chapter 1188 Grinding Out a Win. Translator, Namyumi. Editor, Namyumi. Happy welcomed the visiting Tiny Herb. After Yiziu won the first round of the individual competition, the two competitors walked down from the stage. What do you think? Wang Jixi looked at Gao Yingji, who had just been beaten by Yiziu and was looking a bit downcast. Amazing, Gao Yingji said. He's even stronger than I imagined. But you're still young. Keep working hard, and one day you will surpass everyone, Wang Jixi said. Yes. The Gao Yingji of 2 years ago may have been named a genius and carried the hopes of countless people, but he had never dared to be so ambitious. He had always felt like having a seat in this team, and playing on the competitive stage was already very, very good. However, everyone in the club from top to bottom, his team captain, his teammates, they all had extremely high expectations of him. Just a member on the team? No, not nearly enough. Tiny Herb was expecting him to be the team's pillar, the one who would hold up Tiny Herb's banner after their captain Wang Jixi retired. Could he do it? His goals were forced onto him. When he looked towards the figure of the magician, Gao Yingji had doubted himself more than just once. He felt like his captain was so strong. How could he ever hope to reach his level? Everyone seemed to be more confident in Gao Yingji than Gao Yingji himself. While wallowing in uncertainty, Gao Yingji grew, following what he was told blindly. Up until that day, the Season 8 All-Stars Rookie Challenge, where he beat his captain under the gazes of millions of people. At that time, Gao Yingji had been astonished. He couldn't believe it. It was then that a seed had finally started to sprout in his heart. So I really can do it. Gao Yingji began to think to himself. After that, practicing and growing, Gao Yingji changed beyond recognition. He had found confidence in himself. He had recognized his potential. He could firmly advance towards that goal, which he had once thought as inconceivable. That season, because he hadn't appeared in enough matches, he didn't have the qualifications for the title of Best Rookie. However, this wasn't important. In Season 9, Gao Yingji became part of the starting lineup, directly learning, growing, battling alongside the person he would surpass and succeed. He was chosen as an all-star and became one of the top 24 players in the competitive scene. He had yet to reach the level of his captain, but Wang Jixi had already given him a new target: surpass everyone. And this time, Gao Yingji didn't panic. He would work hard towards this goal. The road to glory had no limit. In the broadcast, commentator Pan Lin and guest Li Yibo hurried to give a recap of the brilliant plays that happened in this match. Pan Lin looked at the data in his hands and suddenly said, "Coach Li, I just discovered something. Happy has been the center of attention with so much to talk about, but there's a reality that everyone seems to have missed." "Oh, what is it?" asked Li Yibo. After Samsara clean swept them in the round one, Yiziu began coming out as Happy's first player in their individual competitions. So far, he has a perfect record in these 7 rounds in 7 individual matches. "This is something that somehow no one noticed," Pan Lin said. "Oh, really?" Li Yibo immediately grabbed the data in his hands. Data from too far in the past might not be there, but the win records for the 2 teams this season should all be there. "You're right." Li Yibo looked at the data and confirmed it twice before continuing. "With this match, he's won 7 consecutive individual matches. To think no one's reported on this yet. Even if Team Happy's win record at this point isn't too ideal, this point shouldn't be covered up," Pan Lin said. "Yes, 7 consecutive wins. If I remember correctly, he's tied for the most consecutive individual wins in Glory history, no," Li Yibo said. The 2 of them didn't have this information on hand, but Pan Lin quickly found someone to search and confirm it. "Correct, the current best record for consecutive individual wins is 7, which had been set by Team Blue Rain's Yu Feng in Season 8. It looks like Yiziu's name is going to have to be added to it," Li Yibo said. "Or perhaps he'll be the only one," Pan Lin said. "Who's Happy's opponents next round?" Li Yibo asked. "Let's see Miracle." After Pan Lin found it, he became silent. Li Yibo was suddenly speechless too. Miracle. Ignoring everything else, if this was just a 1v1, it was practically giving away this point to Yiziu. This team's foundation consisted of former excellent era players who had grown under Yiziu's hands. As for the others, they were new rookies that had joined along with Miracle. Their skill levels were subpar. It would be embarrassing to compare them with a god. Let's go back to the match." Li Yibo dragged the topic back to the match. Even though he had already given Yiziu 8 wins in his heart since the match hadn't been played yet, it wouldn't be good to talk about it. The second players for the individual competition walked onto the stage: Happy, Suma Cheng, Launcher Dancing Rain, Tiny Herb, Su Bin Knight, Angelica. Su Bin, during his time in Team 301, he had earned the nickname Grind King. This nickname wasn't a pretty one, but it was quite a mighty one. It really was the best title for Su Bin's playstyle though. After joining the championship team Tiny Herb, Su Bin didn't lose his defining feature. Instead, because of the support from better teammates, his speciality improved a step further. Last season, he had been voted into All-Stars at 14th place. Against Suma Cheng, Su Bin obviously wouldn't abandon his style. After encountering his opponent and being suppressed by heavy gunfire from Dancing Rain, he didn't panic. For someone to be named Grind King, he possessed unimaginable toughness. Su Bin contended patiently with Suma Cheng. It was as if he was also a long-ranged class, but in reality, he had absolutely no attacks that could pose any threat to her. He fought with Suma Cheng in a situation where he couldn't fight back, dodging and defending to skillfully dissolve Dancing Rain's attacks. At the same time, Angelica tried hard to decrease the distance between the 2 of them. Grind King didn't mean Su Bin was slow and that his playing wasn't clean. It was pointing to his style, where he wore down his opponent's spirit and skills, grinding at the opponent's patience and pushing the opponent's mentality off balance, or perhaps grinding until the opponent was tired. In any case, his playstyle led to openings, and whenever an opening appeared, Su Bin's offensive would be like a thunderstorm. Knight's spirit. The instant he saw the opportunity, Su Bin immediately had Angelica activate his awakening skill. Along with a heroic charge and a justice leap, he instantly closed the distance between himself and Dancing Rain. Su Macheng wanted to Dancing Rain to retreat, but Angelica had used Sacrificial Roar, forcing Dancing Rain to continue attacking him. Before this, Angelica had activated an Honest Maelstrom counterattack. Launcher attacks could also be returned by this skill. In the end, Su Bin won. The margin of victory wasn't large, and he wasn't particularly dominant, but all the matches he won seemed to be like this. "Good job," Wang Jixi said to Su Bin. He appreciated Su Bin's consistency very much. Tiny Herb's third player for the individual competition started getting ready. Zhou Yebai, Ghostblade, Rangoon Creeper. Of the 8 rounds this season, this was Zhou Yebai's third time appearing in the individual competition. To be sent out so many times was worthy of being excited about for a substitute player like Zhou Yebai. However, the individual competition, Zhou Yebai didn't really understand. He was a Ghostblade. It wasn't that he had no individual combat capabilities, but of the players in the team, Zhou Yebai really didn't think that he was better than any of the others in 1v1s. But their team captain didn't pick the others and picked him again and again in the individual competition. On the other hand, for the team competition of the 8 rounds, he had only appeared once, which truly confused him. He had lost the last 2 times he went up. What about this time? He didn't understand this arrangement, but he respected his team captain's wishes, so he upped his spirits and went onto the stage. On the way there, he lifted his head and looked up at the screen to see who his opponent would be. Team Happy. Kaio Yifan. Ghostblade, 1-inch Ash. Kaio Yifan. Zhou Yebai turned his head in astonishment and saw Kaio Yifan almost at Happy's player booth. Zhou Yebai subconsciously glanced at his teammates. He saw that everyone was looking at Kaio Yifan too. In the pro scene, players came and went. Teammates today, opponents tomorrow. It was very common. Those who had played for a few years all experienced this, but Kaio Yifan, Zhou Yebai had never really thought of him as a teammate. Kaio Yifan had been more like a busboy. But right now, this busboy had found his home, and he had even changed classes to be a Ghostblade just like him. Kaio Yifan's position in Team Happy was more firm than his, and he had appeared on stage this season more times than Zhou Yebai had. Zhou Yebai hadn't been interested in this individual competition at first, but now a sliver of fighting spirit rose. Yes, just a sliver. Kaio Yifan was just a lowly busboy. He even changed classes. How good could he be? He's probably the same as when he had been playing with what? Zhou Yebai suddenly realized that he couldn't even remember what class Kaio Yifan played before in Tiny Herb. He was probably so bad that he didn't leave an impression on me. Zhou Yebai thought to himself. Do you think that just because you've switched classes, you're an ugly duckling that turned into a swan? Today I'll definitely teach you a good lesson. The characters loaded into the map and the match began. Yifan, long time no see. Zhou Yebai had his Rangoon Creeper advance as he greeted Kaio Yifan in the public chat. In his heart, he was wondering how he should teach this Kaio Yifan how a phantom demon was played. Senior, long time no see, Kaio Yifan replied. Apart from Gao Yingji, everyone else in Team Tiny Herb were his seniors. So you've switched to a phantom demon. Nice job, Zhou Yebai said. Thank you, Senior, for your praise, Kaio Yifan said. Is there anything that you don't understand that you'd like me to show you in this match? Zhou Yebai wasn't modest at all. Sure, I'm behind you, Kaio Yifan said. Chapter 1189 Ghost Chaining Chapter 1189 Ghost Chaining Translator Namiyami Editor Namiyami Behind. Zhou Yebai went pale with shock upon seeing this message, hurriedly having Rangoon Creeper turn around. Unfortunately, Kaio Yifan was focused on the match and not here to joke around. He had tactically managed to swerve around and get behind Rangoon Creeper. When he sent the message, 1-inch Ash's sword was already on its way down. Moonlight slash. Phantom demons usually wouldn't put too many skill points into slash attacks, and Kyo Yifan didn't intend for damage to be the purpose of this strike. It was just a simple opening attack. Unless the other was under a super armor status, any attack would be enough to disrupt the target a little. Combos were built upon such a foundation. It was definitely far too late for Zhou Yebai to dodge after seeing Kyo Yifan's message. Considering Kyo Yifan's caution, he naturally wouldn't expose himself without having an absolute grasp on the situation. Zhou Yebai's Rangoon Creeper had happily and brainlessly charged forward, while speaking with Kyo Yifan like a senior to his junior in the chat. Meanwhile, Kyo Yifan's 1-inch Ash had successfully and precisely gotten behind the other. The audience could see all of this with clarity. Zhou Yebai had become a joke at the very start of the match, one that didn't seem to understand his own place at all. Now, Moonlight arced downwards, not doing much damage but still stunning Rangoon Creeper for a split second. 1-inch Ash followed up with a Ghost Claw. A sliver of the Phantom Ghost's power drifted through the air, throwing Rangoon Creeper up. This was the Ghost Blade's knock-up skill. Knock-ups were usually a good time to follow up with a combo, but for a Phantom Demon, they shouldn't hurry and deal as much damage with slashes as possible, but quickly set down as many Ghost Boundaries as possible. Ice Boundary, Plague Boundary. Ghost Boundaries had cast times, so you couldn't instantly set a boundary. It was a struggle to finish casting these two Ghost Boundaries during Rangoon Creeper's knockup. However, Kyo Yifan very smoothly transitioned between the two Ghost Boundaries. After setting down an Ice Boundary first, he began chanting a Plague Boundary, carefully keeping an eye on Rangoon Creeper. Upon seeing the other land, Kyo Yifan was prepared to cancel the chant already, but the effects of Ice Boundary activated. Rangoon Creeper, slowed by the Ice Boundary, definitely wouldn't be able to get to 1-inch Ash's side in time. His blade trembled, and instead he sent forward a Spellblade skill, Earthquake Sword. He could make it. Kyo Yifan made an accurate judgment. Even as the Earthquake Sword came over, he continued his cast. The Plague Boundary was set before the Earthquake Sword swept at him, as expected. He wasn't interrupted. After that, he had 1-inch Ash roll to the side, and Earthquake Sword was dodged cleanly. Kyo Yifan was very familiar with the characteristics of these skills. Plague Boundary lowered the defense of the characters inside the boundary. If he didn't attack, then there was no point to the Plague Boundary. Zhou Yebai was a Phantom Demon player, so how would he not understand this? Now, in two overlapping boundaries, he didn't ignore everything and try to run out of the two boundaries, but instead carefully observed 1-inch Ash's movements. He couldn't predict what Kyo Yifan would do next. That was when he realized, despite living together for a year, seeing each other every day for a year, he didn't understand Kyo Yifan at all. Perhaps, as a team member that he often had to train with, he knew a little of Kyo Yifan's style and glory, but now, Kyo Yifan had switched classes to the class he was most familiar with, Phantom Demon. What was Kyo Yifan's Phantom Demon like? Zhou Yebai didn't have a clue. However, he believed that he had more experience as a Phantom Demon than Kyo Yifan. He might have been caught off guard in the beginning, but so long as he didn't panic and kept a clear view of the situation, dealing with each action as it came, there was nothing to fear. Ice Boundary, Plague Boundary, one focused on control, another focused on weakening. These two boundaries wouldn't deal any significant damage. He could slow down his pace and observe slowly. Bring it, Kyo Yifan. Wait, what was this? On the screen, the blade in 1-inch Ash's hand was spinning. It was less like an attack and more like some sort of spell being cast. As a Phantom Demon player, how could Zhou Yebai not know what this was? The Ice and Plague Boundaries under Rangoon Creeper's feet seemed to be responding to some sort of summons, the Phantom Ghost's power pulsing, resonating. Zhou Yebai wanted to get his Rangoon creeper out of the boundaries, but it was already too late. Ghost Feast. With only 2 ghost boundaries on the field, Caio Yifan already had 1-inch Ash use Ghost Feast. The 2 pools of the Phantom Ghost's power, representing ice and plague, erupted. Compared to a Ghost Feast with multiple overlaid boundaries, the power of the explosion of 2 boundaries had been reduced, but was also much clearer. Everyone could even see Rangoon Creeper struggling under the corrosive power of the Phantom Ghost's power. The match had just started, and Zhou Yebai had taken an ultimate to the face, but now his nervousness after being ambushed had disappeared along with it. A Ghost Feast with just 2 ghost boundaries. Zhou Yebai wanted to laugh. From his point of view, this was a display of Caio Yifan's lack of experience and his stress from facing him. He couldn't figure out what to do next, so he just hurriedly made the ghost boundaries erupt. Every little bit of damage counted after all. How pitiful, Zhou Yebai lamented to himself. Did the other really think that he'd become something great just by switching classes? How naive. Grow up already. Zhou Yebai sent into the chat admonishingly as Rangoon Creeper charged out of the smoke and lights made by the opposing Phantom Ghost's power. Moonlight slash, then full moonlight slash. The 2 strikes were formed as one, arcing beautifully through the air, but if there was nothing to hit, then the 2 arcs of light merely looked awkward. Where was he? Zhou Yebai was shocked. He had seen 1-inch Ash at this very spot just now. He was fast enough, so how could this happen? How was this possible? What on earth happened? Zhou Yebai was shocked. The audience was shocked, and Pan Lin, in the middle of his commentary, was also shocked. What is Zhou Yebai doing? Pan Lin wondered aloud. The audience, with their omniscient view, clearly saw Caio Yifan's 1-inch Ash standing just off to the side behind Rangoon Creeper, but Zhou Yebai had Rangoon Creeper strike the air with a beautiful 2-hit combo while yelling something like that. Was this some sort of tactical trap? Li Yibo was very awkward. As a special guest and commentator, as advisor Li, he had to give an answer in this sort of situation. However, what the hell was this guy doing? Li Yibo was very confused as well. Let's watch the match first. Coach Li's commentary was expert level. Knowing that the players on the field wouldn't give them time to analyze this one detail, he quickly suggested they watch first, analyze later. 1-inch Ash stood behind Rangoon Creeper had already struck. By the time Rangoon Creeper's 2 slashes were soaring through nothing, another ghost boundary had been placed. Dark boundary, another boundary that focused on inflicting a status effect. This time, Caio Yifan wanted to take Zhou Yebai's sight. The screen went dark. Dark boundary. Zhou Yebai immediately realized what this meant. Where was this guy? Where did this ghost boundary come from? A chill ran through Zhou Yebai's heart as he stared at the dark screen that looked like it had shut down. He was finally feeling pressured. Caio Yifan was no longer someone he could defeat with ease. Definitely not. Zhou Yebai was so shocked that he forgot to move. One of the characteristics of ghost boundaries was that while inside, you definitely feel the effects, but as soon as you stepped out, then it'd all disappear. Characters in a dark boundary would be blinded, so no character would give up trying to make their character move out of it. They'd usually even use movement skills to help them move a large distance at once just to escape this annoying effect. However, Zhou Yebai, too lost in the shock over the trouble Caio Yifan was giving him, forgot such a crucial thing as to move. He was stunned, but Caio Yifan wasn't. 1-inch Ash closed in, sending out slash attacks and setting down ghost boundaries whenever given an opening. 1 boundary, 2 boundaries, 3 boundaries. The effects of ghost boundaries were stackable, but Caio Yifan didn't let all the ghost boundaries he sent out overlap completely. The boundaries overlapped, chained together across a larger area. The very center had several overlapping ghost boundaries, but as you got further away from the center, some areas only had 1 or 2 boundaries presiding over them. However, with this arrangement, the area under 1-inch Ash's control had greatly increased. The dark boundary had disappeared by then and Zhou Yebai's sight returned, but he couldn't escape the control of the chained ghost boundaries at all. This was ghost chaining. Zhou Yebai recognized this playstyle and was once again filled with shock. Ghost chaining required a player to have a very good awareness of the situation at large. Each boundary was set down individually, but needed to be placed so that it formed a whole with the other ghost boundaries. As a player did this, they also had to use slash attacks to fill in the gaps left by the ghost boundaries. The timing of these slashes of these boundaries, what boundaries to place, where to place them, they all needed to be planned out. It wasn't something a person could achieve by mechanics alone. This guy can use ghost chaining and so well as for me. Zhou Yebai didn't want to admit it but had no choice. He was incapable of performing such a beautifully done ghost chaining. How is this possible? Zhou Yebai felt like he was going crazy. This was Caio Yifan, that little nobody. Had he really already mastered something as high-end as ghost chaining? Was his skill already above mine? No, impossible. Zhou Yebai didn't believe it, or rather, he didn't want to believe it. How could that Caio Yifan be so strong? How could he defeat me? Of course he could. Glory. When the word flashed on the screen, Zhou Yebai's Rangoon creeper had fallen with his denial and disbelief. When he walked out of the competition booth, his face was still set in an expression of disbelief. He returned to Tiny Herb's player stands, head down as he stood to the side. He had lost to Caio Yifan, that Caio Yifan. Someone you never bothered to take notice of has grown to such an extent. Is it scary? Wang Jixi suddenly asked. Zhou Yebai opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He suddenly realized if Caio Yifan hadn't left, if Caio Yifan was still in Tiny Herb, both of them as phantom demons, would he still have a place in Tiny Herb? Zhou Yebai suddenly felt a creeping sense of terror. He knew that Caio Yifan was no longer in Tiny Herb and he wouldn't have to compete with the other for this place, but he still felt a formless pressure on his shoulders, trying to tell him something. You can't stagnate. In this alliance, survival is swimming against the tide, Wang Jixi said. Chapter 1190 New Ghostblade Technique Chapter 1190 New Ghostblade Technique Translator Namiyami Editor Namiyami with the 3 individual rounds over, Happy was in the lead 2-1. There would be a short break before the group arena, but the commentator and special guests still had much to do. Due to Caio Yifan's beautiful ghost chaining, they still had a mystery to uncover. Li Yibo wanted to just leave this be, but Pan Lin, at a time like this, just simply refused to sync to his rhythm. After hurriedly going over the current progression and situation of the round, he immediately returned to the match that had just occurred, and immediately returned to the mystery they had left unsolved. Zhou Yebai's mistake really shouldn't have occurred. Isn't his judgment way off? The broadcast cooperated with Pan Lin's commentary and was currently giving a playback of Rangoon Creeper's beautiful 2-strike combo. It was aimed at nothing, completely ignoring 1-inch Ash behind him. Such a weird mistake wouldn't be without reason, right? With Li Yibo refusing to cooperate, Pan Lin could only keep talking to himself, asking the program director to switch to Zhou Yebai's point of view at the same time. Wait. The scene flashed by and Li Yibo suddenly yelled, seeming to have noticed something. What? The scene paused. Go back, slow motion. Li Yibo's voice had twisted a little. Pan Lin didn't understand but still had the broadcast director cooperate, rewinding the recording and replaying it. Stop! Li Yibo suddenly cried out. The prepared broadcast director stopped the scene. Li Yibo pointed at a point on the screen. Look here. In Zhou Yebai's point of view, there was the lighting effect of the explosion after the ice and plague boundaries had been blown up by Ghost Feast, and right in front of him there was the clear-cut silhouette of a person. 1-inch Ash, Pan Lin yelled. 1-inch Ash really did appear there. There was nothing wrong with Zhou Yebai's judgment, but keep this scene, switch the view, Li Yibo directly interrupted him. Pan Lin was stunned but still had the broadcast switched in full view. Hey! After switching, Pan Lin cried out, unable to control his surprise. In the full view, 1-inch Ash wasn't there at all. He had already arrived behind Rangoon Creeper by then, about to get to the position he had launched his offense from. What on earth is happening? Pan Lin was shocked, switching the shot back and seeing the silhouette of 1-inch Ash once more. This, Pan Lin stared and stared some more and suddenly gave a ah. Do you see it now? Li Yibo asked. This. Pan Lin grabbed the mouse, tracing the cursor over the image, over the edge of the silhouette of 1-inch Ash. This isn't 1-inch Ash at all, but a silhouette formed by the lighting from the explosion of the two ghost boundaries, Li Yibo explained. Is this something created by the system? Pan Lin suspected. Probably not. Li Yibo shook his head. He had never heard of anything like it. A coincidence. We probably won't know until Kyo Yifan is interviewed, Li Yibo guessed. The audience at the venue all saw the scene and commentary in the TV broadcast through the big screen, seeing the silhouette made in that moment by the two boundaries of Ghost Feast. It wasn't just the crowd that was surprised. Even the pro players at their respective benches, including gods like Yi Ziu and Wang Jixi, were all dumbstruck. This was something unique that they had never seen during their pro careers, such a lifelike silhouette. It was a coincidence, right? Tiny Herb's members could only guess, but Happy's members could be more direct. They all turned their heads as one to face Kyo Yifan, using their gazes to prompt him to explain. This is something I discovered by accident, Kyo Yifan said. You created it purposefully. Yi Ziu's surprise didn't fade because he knew that, for something like this, noticing was one thing, but replication was something else entirely. Yeah. I tried to practice it. I'm just lucky that Luo Jai helped me with the calculations involved, Kyo Yifan said, pulling out Luo Jai to give him credit. Luo Jai was usually at school, but when it came to match day Saturday, he would swiftly rush to the stadium to regroup with everyone else. It was tiring, but if he couldn't even make it to the matches, then there really was no point in being a pro player at all. Just a little, Luo Jai hurriedly added, having been pushed into the spotlight. Amazing, Yi Ziu complimented. Setting aside the practicality of this technique for now, for such a young player to have such creativity and spirit to research a new technique was something praiseworthy. Yi Ziu dared to be certain that this was an unprecedented new technique, something that even the all-star level Ghost Blades of Void hadn't even discovered. It's all right. I just felt like it might be of some use. Kyo Yifan was at a loss in the face of such a compliment. When we get back, let's all discuss together, Yi Ziu decided with a smile. Yes, Kyo Yifan was very happy too. This acknowledgement was something he'd never get tired of. The break after the individual competition soon ended. The following group arena would be the focus of this match, of all the matches this round. The reason the TV broadcast would choose this match was also mainly because of this group arena. The venue suddenly fell silent. The happy fans at their home stadium felt way too conflicted about this match that would decide the result of the 1v3 promise. Tang Ru stood from her seat. 5 rounds. She had already failed 4 rounds, but her gaze was as determined as ever. Even though her opponent was Tiny Herb, even though no one had ever achieved a 1v3 against this team, Tang Ru didn't feel a trace of hesitation or fear. I'm going. She gave her teammates a simple goodbye and went on stage. Seeing her, the happy fans continued to be at a loss, uncertain how to respond. Instead, it was Tiny Herb that erupted into cheering and support when their first player Liu Ziobi stood up. Happy's home turf once again become useless. Tang Ru, who could once create an uproar, had become someone who brought a chill to the stadium atmosphere. The match begun amidst this strange situation. I'm very honored to become your first opponent for your 1v3, Liu Ziobi typed. As a hand speed expert, Liu Ziobi enjoyed warming up by typing as he moved into position. Liu Xiaobi wasn't trying to mock the other by choosing the topic of the 1v3. He truly admired this young woman for her 1v3 promise, who didn't have this sort of ambition. However, someone who dared say it and make such a promise that really was powerful, fierce. However, can you get past me? Windy Pavilion was a simple map without much decor. The two characters approached one another, closing the distance between them rapidly, as they adjusted their positions to prepare to attack. Liu Xiaobi's flying sword leaned further and further forwards, his right hand creeping to his sword hilt with the cover from his body. The two were only 15 steps apart. 14 steps. 13 steps. Liu Xiaobi was on guard for any attacks. The female battle mage in front of him often used dragon breaks the ranks to increase speed and charge into an offense. With a mere 10-something steps, it was just a blink of an eye for a dragon breaks the ranks. 12 steps. 11 steps. The closer they got, the clearer of a view Liu Xiaobi had. He carefully observed Soft Mist's form. Soft Mist kept her spear held backwards. A dragon breaks the ranks start didn't look like that. Was she not going to use dragon breaks the ranks? Then take this, sword draw. At 6 steps away, sword draw had already been sent out, not close enough. No, when the attack flew forwards, the two characters were still moving. 6 steps was a short distance, so this attack was timed just right. As expected, the flash of the sword created a shining line, linking the two characters together immediately. Soft Mist suddenly bent her knees in front of him. That wasn't enough. There were very few hand speed experts who had slow reactions. Creating variations in their attacks were their best weapon, and the sword slash was immediately adjusted. Just bending down wasn't enough. However, Soft Mist didn't just get down. Sky Strike. Soft Mist's spear was launched upwards. Bending down had given her a minuscule chance to maneuver, letting her parry this attack perfectly with her Sky Strike. Clang! Their weapons clashed. Sky Strike didn't seem to be enough to completely parry sword draw, but Soft Mist had fully adjusted her form by then, and used the momentum from that attack to increase her movement speed and the speed of her counterattack. Dragon Tooth. The attack sped towards his chest. As fierce as expected, Liu Xiaobi exclaimed. Wanting to take the initiative to strike with just this attack, she really hasn't changed a bit. Liu Xiaobi couldn't help but think back in the beginning, when their captain had them go to the 10th server to train with Yiziu. This girl had been quite a pain to deal with. The her who couldn't even last a minute was already clearly showing her style. Never back down, attack whenever possible, from the first attack to when she fell. She was always on the offense. Though her abilities were unpolished back then, and every member of Tiny Herb could defeat her, her burning spirit had left a deep impression on them. And now, she was finally on the same stage as they were and shouldering a promise of 1v3 in 5 rounds. You really have character, but we Tiny Herb aren't willing to be a background to that character. Liu Xiaobi wasn't Huang Sheyashin, and he didn't have the habit of chatting as he fought. Determined and resolute, flying sword darted out. Triple slash. Liu Xiaobi didn't back down from Soft Mist's advance, but instead used this movement skill to meet her. This sort of exchange was exactly what Tang Ru wanted. Dragon Tooth stabbed forth, but hit air as flying sword slashed, his form swerving and then swerving again. Triangle triple slash. With Liu Xiaobi's extremely fast hand speed, his direction changes with triple slash were dizzying. Flying sword seemed to teleport, instantly dodging the dragon tooth and getting to Soft Mist's flank, the edge of his sword plummeting down. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com Chapter 1191, Swift Hand Speed Chapter 1191. Swift Hand Speed Translator. Namyumi Editor. Namyumi, the tip of the sword dropped down, but it was a miss. Afterwards, flying sword was already flying out. Tyrant's destruction. Liu Xiaobi's triangle triple slash had been extremely fast, but what about Tang Ru? Her speed was no slower. Her dragon tooth turned into a tyrant's destruction, keeping up with the dizzying triple slash. Before the sword could strike her, her spear thrust into Flying Sword's body, throwing him to the side. Whoa! Liu Xiaobi was shocked. In the Happy vs. Excellent Era Challenger League finals, he had a very deep impression of Tang Ru's hand speed. Su Bin had asked how he would compare, but Liu Xiaobi hadn't replied. And now, Tang Ru had been able to catch his triangle triple slash, hitting him first before he could hit her. Although his triangle triple slash required more inputs, the difference in attack speed between Soft Mist's spear and Liu Xiaobi's sword could not be ignored. Spears usually had low attack speed. Most had an attack speed of 2. On the other hand, the Blade Master's lightsabers were the fastest weapons. Most had an attack speed of 10. In Glory, the attack speed on weapons were rated from 1 to 10. However, the difference between a 1 and a 10 wasn't by a magnitude of 10. In reality, the difference between a 1 and a 10 was around 20%. Glory was an input-heavy game. What truly decided an attack's speed was the player's hand speed. But the difference between having a weapon with an attack speed of 1 versus a weapon with an attack speed of 10 indicated that if you wanted to match the speed of a 10 attack speed weapon with a 1 attack speed weapon, your hand speed would need to be 20% faster. Thus, a faster weapon attack speed was never a bad thing. However, the game was set up such that weapons with lower attack speed had higher physical attack. Finding the right balance was an issue every player had to consider. Blade Masters tended to use lightsabers and takais, but there was no shortage of greatsword and broadsword users. The weapons used by Soft Mist and Flying Sword, Soft Mist's spear, Dancing Fire Flowing Flame, had an attack speed of 4. Among spears, it was already a very fast one. Along with the bonus stat of attack speed +1, its total attack speed was 5. Flying Sword's lightsaber, Chasing Spirit, had an attack speed of 10. It had a bonus attack speed of +2. In total, Chasing Spirit had an attack speed of 12, 7 points higher than Dancing Fire Flowing Flame, a 14% difference. With this difference, for Soft Mist to match Flying Sword, Tang Ru's hand speed had to be above Liu Xiaobi's. However, in a fight, the two sides wouldn't be starting their attacks at the same time and checking to see who reached the other side first. Because of the inputs required for skills, variations between skills, and differences in attack speed, it wasn't easy to make a simple comparison. Most players used their intuition to make a judgment. Liu Xiaobi's intuition surprised him. In this match against Tang Ru, he had actually been quite mentally prepared for it. Because of the 1v3 bet, Tang Ru was always first to go in the group arena. Because of this order never changed, it was easier for opponents to prepare for. For example, Liu Xiaobi knew that he would be playing against Tang Ru, so he focused his preparations towards her. She really is fast. She can completely keep up with me. But if you think this is the fastest I can go, then you're very, very wrong. As Flying Sword was thrown aside by Tyrant's destruction, Flying Sword also made his move. A sword light flew out, leaving a sword mark on Soft Mist. What a fast sword! Tang Ru saw the attack. She wanted to dodge, but her hand speed couldn't keep up. Wow! Tang Ru couldn't help but be astonished. Flying Sword had been thrown aside by Tyrant's destruction, but in that split second, Liu Xiaobi had been able to leave an attack behind. Although the attack was more for show, I still have the initiative. Dancing Fire Flowing Flame moved, drawing afterimages one after the other in the air. Dragon Tooth double stab attacks that couldn't be more normal thrust fiercely towards Flying Sword. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, 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 clang. The weapons of both players collided with each other repeatedly. The two competed speed against speed. Sword light and spear shadows collided and separated. Blood blossomed in the air. Everyone stared in awe. The commentator and guest in charge of commentating the match were speechless too. What was there to say? With how fast the two were fighting, by the time they finished talking about a point, victory might have already been decided. There was no chance for them to say anything. This was where the difficulty in commentating a glory match lay. When the two sides started fighting, there were too many small details and mix-ups involved. And if the pace was also fast, there was no room for commentators to give a detailed analysis anywhere. And with how fast Tang Ru and Liu Xiaobi were playing, the commentators couldn't even use the list the skill name strategy. By the time he finished calling out the name of a skill, both sides had used another 3 skills. Too fast. Pan Lin was able to squeeze in 2 words. It was truly somewhat embarrassing to not be able to point out anything. Overly fast. Li Yibo was an experienced person with a professional experience. There might not be time to talk about the details, but he could talk about the overall picture. He didn't look at the interactions between the two, just their skill trees. There seemed to be a bunch of clocks on their skill trees. More and more of the icons on their skill trees were going on cooldown. Rhythm. There was no rhythm. These two people were constantly playing catch-up. You're faster than me, I'm faster than you, you chase, I chase. It became a competition of pure speed. If they continued to use skills at this pace and this quantity, there won't be any skills to use soon, or perhaps only low-level skills would be left. Li Yibo wasn't wrong. Stab, 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 slash, slash, slash. Liu Xiaobi was putting in inputs like crazy, but he still wasn't able to thoroughly suppress his opponent. At this moment he put in inputs, but the attack he had wanted to get failed to come out. Flying Sword's offensive suddenly halted. How? Liu Xiaobi was only astonished for a second before he immediately realized the problem. The skill was on cooldown, so it couldn't be used. But the skill was still on cooldown. Not good. Liu Xiaobi realized that his hand speed had gone out of control. His blind pursuit of speed had put him in this awkward position of being unable to connect skills because they were still on cooldown. It was because of this imbalance between hand speed and rhythm, a frequent mistake in the past, that he had been seen as a player who was wasting away his talent. Fortunately, he noticed it and fixed it. He started learning how to effectively utilize his hand speed, going as fast as he could when he needed to, but also suppressing it when he needed to be slower. This imbalance in rhythm stopped appearing after being aware of it. After fixing the problem, Liu Xiaobi improved immensely. Last season, he was just a bit away from making it into All-Stars. This season he hoped that he could break through, but in this match his old problem had unexpectedly returned. Without him being aware, his hand speed had sped up to such a level already. She really is an opponent that's hard to stay calm against. Fortunately, Tang Ru had been chasing after his hand speed, so she had also been recklessly wasting her skills too to reach that speed. Even though this should have been a huge mistake and a huge opening, it wasn't really one in this match because both sides had committed the same mistake. Haha, really? Liu Xiaobi had wanted to say something in the chat, when dancing fire flowing flame flashed before him. A normal attack. Liu Xiaobi swiped his mouse and Flying Sword blocked this attack. Soft Mist wasn't done though. She attacked again, this time with a dragon tooth. Since the vast majority of their mid-level and high-level skills were on cooldown, the two sides were mainly using low cooldown sub-level 20 skills or normal attacks. She's still attacking even in this situation. How stubborn! Liu Xiaobi sighed while warding off Soft Mist's attacks, but he gradually realized that something wasn't right. Normal attacks had no cooldown and could be used at any time. Low-level skills had short cooldowns. After a few exchanges, they would be back up and could be used again. Soft Mist was relying on this offense. It was just like before, dense and fast. As a result, Liu Xiaobi that when he noticed his excessive speed and prepared to control his rhythm, Soft Mist continued to stubbornly commit this mistake. She was still keeping up with her previous hand speed, or it could be said that she was still burning, still trying to think of a way to go faster. This. Liu Xiaobi didn't know how he should assess her. All he knew was that he was starting to have trouble warding off her attacks. What is this girl thinking? Liu Xiaobi was astonished, but he felt like he had discovered something. Among these were memories of the past. When he failed to meet expectations by blindly utilizing hand speed, he made adjustments had made huge improvements. Tang Ru was like the him, who hadn't realized the issue and continued to charge through wildly. If I had continued along this path, how would things have turned out? Liu Xiaobi discovered that he had never thought about this question before. After not getting the results he wanted from this playstyle, he had quickly made changes. As for Tang Ru, did she know, or was she just stubborn? Liu Xiaobi didn't know. He only knew that he was having trouble defending. A feeling rose in his heart. The two used to be speeding along neck and neck, but midway through, he suddenly realized that there was perhaps a better way to win, so he stopped speeding along and went to study. The person who kept on speeding along instantly overpassed him. Was this limited to just this match, or his entire professional career? Would the one who won in the end be the one who continued to speed along, or the one to study a better way? Liu Xiaobi's flying sword fell with this confusion in him. He didn't fall to soft Mist's normal attacks and low-level skills, but rather her overwhelming tempo. Chapter 1192, Imaginary Enemy. Chapter 1192, Imaginary Enemy. Translator, Namyami. Editor, Namyami. I lost. The instant flying sword fell, Liu Xiaobi collapsed against his seat in a daze. His adjustment after slowing his rhythm had become opening for the opponent. He had figured out this correct method with difficulty, only for it to be broken. Was this method not actually the best choice? Liu Xiaobi now began to doubt himself, just like he had doubted himself when he had used his explosive hand speed time and time again, and yet was unable to achieve victory. Carrying this shock, he walked out of the player booth off stage, returning to Tiny Herb's player area. You played well. His teammates tried to cheer him up, and Liu Xiaobi managed a weak smile. They patted him on his shoulders, but they didn't worry about him too much. It was normal to be disappointed and melancholic after a defeat. If he had come back in high spirits, that would be more worrying. Liu Xiaobi sat in his seat. Lowering his head, he looked at his two hands. His hands were still very warm, fatigued after the high-speed playing in that match, and they were still trembling non-stop. Suddenly, a cold drink landed in the palm of his hand. Liu Xiaobi lifted his head and saw Su Bin's face. Still feeling the aftertaste of that match, Su Bin chuckled. Liu Xiaobi shook his head. There really wasn't too much of an aftertaste. It was just two players losing control of their hand speeds, making two different choices. One didn't care and continued to go wild, while the other recognized the problem and immediately corrected himself. No matter how you put it, the second option sounded like the correct one, but the victory had gone to the one who continued to go wild. It's not a big deal if you lose a match, but don't lose your conviction with it, Su Bin said. Liu Xiaobi was startled. Conviction? What was his conviction? Liu Xiaobi looked at this player in front of him. Su Bin hadn't even been in Tiny Herb for a whole season. He wasn't any more senior than him here, but he had integrated into Tiny Herb extremely well. And his playstyle was distinct and unique in the professional scene, a style that grinded away at time. Even the audience would become impatient watching him, so despite his skill, he wasn't a very popular player. Before he transferred to Tiny Herb, he always lost by a large margin in the All-Star poll. Tiny Herb's stage allowed him to shine more, but he didn't abandon his usual style. This was his choice. No matter where he was, he would perform this style unwaveringly. Sometimes a choice isn't right or wrong. It just depends on whether or not you have the conviction to carry it out. As Su Bin spoke, his gaze landed upon another person. Wang Jixi, captain of Tiny Herb. Ever since he entered the team, he was Tiny Herb's soul, a presence that every person here respected and admired. When Liu Xiaobi had been unable to get the results he wanted with his early methods, he made changes with a determined resolve. Because there was this successful role model in front of him, he had complete faith that he could make these changes. Wang Jixi, the one called the magician. But he threw away this title, and it wasn't until he changed many of his battle methods that he led Tiny Herb to its summit. Wang Jixi's story was the source of Liu Xiaobi's faith. It was what gave him the determination to change his style and make a breakthrough. But after this battle, his determination was now wavering. This just showed that he wasn't determined enough. It also showed that he was far from mature enough. The road was still long. Liu Xiaobi cracked open the drink and took a long gulp. By this time, Tiny Herb's second player of the group arena had taken to the stage. Xiao Yun, Tiny Herb's battle mage, Euphorbia. Number 2, Tang Ru quietly counted in her head. 1v3. After that day, she hadn't made any speech on the matter. Even on a normal day at Happy, it was never brought up as though it didn't exist. But in her heart, she hadn't forgotten this for even a second. I have to complete this. Tang Ru didn't know how many times she had repeated this in her heart. And now, this was the final chance in her bet. This was opponent number 2, and Soft Mist had 57% health remaining. To take down an opponent in the group arena and still have over half health remaining was generally an extremely pleasing result. But for Tang Ru, this was far from enough, because her goal was to take down all 3 opponents by herself. But now, after only defeating Liu Xiaobi, she'd already used up 43% of Soft Mist's health. This 57% remaining to her was a tired remnant. To clash head-on with a player who relied on his hand speed, the burden on her own 2 hands was unimaginable. Added to the crazy intense training Tang Ru had undergone these past 35 days, it would take a toll on even the youngest and most fit people. And now, she still had to face 2 opponents, one of whom was Wang Jixi. Tang Ru had known for a very long time just how fearsome this opponent was. But now there was not a trace of fear in her heart. Defeat the one before her and then Wang Jixi. Her thoughts about Wang Jixi stopped there, nothing more. At the start of the second battle, Xiao Yun's message appeared in the chat. "Pretty girl, your show ends here." There was a taunt in Xiao Yun's words. 1v3. In his eyes, it was just a show. Xiao Yun had strong feelings of hostility toward Tang Ru. In the team, he had heard that Tiny Herb was interested in Tang Ru and wanted to recruit her, but she had unfortunately turned them down. Tiny Herb already had a battle mage player himself, Xiao Yun. And yet, the team was now looking at another battle mage player. Xiao Yun wasn't at the point where he needed a successor. The fact that Tiny Herb had their eye on her, did that mean that this girl was better than himself? Such a conclusion wouldn't sit well with anyone. Towards the team, towards Tang Ru, Xiao Yun was rather dissatisfied, and now he had a chance to face off against her. Tang Ru had made that promise of quitting if she couldn't complete a 1v3 in 5 rounds or whatever, and it just so happened that he was in the 5th round, stuck right in front of Tang Ru. Xiao Yun was rather excited. To be able to send this Tang Ru, this player who had threatened to replace him, out of the professional scene, it was his pleasure. But he didn't dare to underestimate Tang Ru. In fact, ever since hearing the news that the team had interest in recruiting Tang Ru, he had started paying a lot of attention toward her. Tang Ru became a powerful competitor in his eyes. Any of her matches, any reports about her, Xiao Yun paid particular attention, so much so that his teammates thought that he was trying to make some advances toward this pretty girl. Advances, hell. She'd better hope she doesn't fall into my hands. This is what Xiao Yun said to Zhou Yebai, one of his teammates with whom he was close. And now, Tang Ru really fell into his hands. I won't let you have a good time. Xiao Yun reaffirmed his determination and controlled his euphorbia to walk out of the spawn point. Although Soft Mist only had about half health remaining, Xiao Yun still hoped to move strategically if possible, instead of meeting her charge directly. Even if he didn't like Tang Ru, he had to admit her ferocity. Direct attacks weren't his forte. He didn't want to use his weakness against her strength. But the problem was, this windy pavilion map had hardly any cover on it. There was no way to strategically move to launch a sneak attack. Xiao Yun was helpless and could only direct his character to charge forward. At the opposite corner, Tang Ru's Soft Mist was doing the same thing as always, rushing without any hesitation. What advantage did he have over Tang Ru? Imagining Tang Ru as his opponent, Xiao Yun had thought about this comparison consciously and unconsciously many times now. Experience. Compared to Tang Ru, he was introduced to glory earlier. He trained as a battle mage earlier. He became a pro player earlier. He played pro matches earlier. Even though he wasn't a very stable core member of Tiny Herb, he was still in Tiny Herb, this powerhouse that had won 2 championships. Even a casually discarded rookie from this team was picked up and treated like a treasure at Happy. To have a piece of land in this kind of team, this was already something of which to be proud, and a mere rookie wanted to replace him. Xiao Yun grew angry. He didn't care that this was just the subjective will of Tiny Herb, or that Tang Ru's refusal had in some ways helped him. He didn't dare express any of his feelings toward Tiny Herb, but this dissatisfaction accumulated in his heart until it finally found its target, Tang Ru, as though she had been the one who actively wanted to steal his position. The more Xiao Yun thought, the more hatred and rage he felt. Dragon breaks the ranks. This was an opening move that Tang Ru liked to use, but in this battle between 2 players of the same class, it was Xiao Yun who used it first. Not only did he want to win, he wanted to win beautifully. He wanted to show his team that he was far superior to Tang Ru. Anything she could do, he could do better. This dragon breaks the ranks came very suddenly. But a powerful attack at the beginning rarely hit the opponent because the starting animation for such powerful attacks was generally more noticeable than the ones for smaller attacks. Tang Ru was now a skilled battle mage player, and as soon as she saw Euphorbia's pose, she immediately controlled Soft Mist to dodge. Even though Xiao Yun also immediately made adjustments when his spear shot out, it didn't manage to land on its target. Soft Mist dodged to the side, and after Euphorbia's powerful attack whistled by, dancing fire flowing flame leapt out. Sky Strike. Soft Mist's first attack in this round was rather plain. Euphorbia immediately leapt backward, as though still carrying some remnants of the dragon breaks the ranks. After avoiding this Sky Strike, his spear was already sweeping wildly toward Soft Mist. From top to bottom, this was a Draconic Crusher, a level 50 battle mage attack. If this attack landed, the target was guaranteed to fall over on the ground. And the priority of a level 50 skill was much higher than low-level skills, so even if Soft Mist was able to adjust the angle of her Sky Strike, she wouldn't be able to parry this Draconic Crusher. So Xiao Yun was completely confident, but Soft Mist's Sky Strike continued toward him. Ridiculous, I'll flatten you. Xiao Yun's mouse moved faster. The Draconic Crusher pressed down on Soft Mist and her Sky Strike. Ping! The 2 spears met in the air, and the result was decided in an instant. The parrying effect of Sky Strike didn't seem to exist and was immediately smothered by Draconic Crusher. What about Soft Mist? It seemed that this attack was too strong, so strong that she had no way of bracing herself against it, instead rolling to reduce the force. But that movement wasn't necessary. Xiao Yun was very clear. The Sky Strike was just crushed by the Draconic Crusher, but there was suddenly a jump, and a dragon tooth leapt towards him like a viper. Chapter 1193, What's Fearsome is Her Overwhelming Determination. Chapter 1193, What's fearsome is her overwhelming determination. Translator. Namiyami editor. Namiyami, she's so fast. No wonder Liu Xiao be lost. Xiao Yun had euphorbia dodge. Although he had been mentally prepared for this situation, when it actually happened, he became a bit nervous. Indeed, this was not an opponent he could take head-on. With this, Xiao Yun's prediction was confirmed. And since he knew this long before, of course he had prepared a strategy. If she wants to be fast, then I can't let her be fast. With my understanding of the battle mage class, I can definitely suppress her rhythm. In a battle between two players of the same class, each side had a greater understanding of what changes could be made in battle. If Tang Ru weren't a battle mage, Xiao Yun wouldn't have this confidence, but since she was a battle mage, he believed that he could control the flow of battle. After all, his opponent was still a rookie, with limited understanding and control of the class. In this same class battle, he had a slight advantage, Xiao Yun believed. He calmly controlled his character to jump backward and avoid Soft Mist's dragon tooth. Another jump let him avoid Soft Mist's subsequent double stab. After the double stab, dancing fire flowing flame suddenly flipped up to a sky strike, the skill's cooldown having just ended. But Euphorbia stuck his spear downward, and this sky strike was suppressed. None of Soft Mist's consecutive attacks managed to succeed. The corner of Xiao Yun's mouth twisted into a cold smirk. He felt like a cat toying with a mouse. But a magic chaser was already flying toward him, a light chaser accumulated from the earlier sky strike. As expected, not a second of rest. This light chaser wasn't outside of Xiao Yun's expectations either, and he very calmly dodged it. Soft Mist immediately came with another attack, even faster, with the speed bonus granted after firing a light chaser. This, too, Xiao Yun had accounted for, and after he dodged the chaser, he was already defending against the sudden attack that would come next. And his responses to her attacks weren't just ordinary dodges, as that would just give Tang Ru more space to increase her speed. Xiao Yun relied more on parrying attacks, limiting her ability to chain attacks and ruining her rhythm. He did fairly well. After all, he was a member of Tiny Herb, and he had trained with the Battle Mage class for several years now. He was very clear on where and how to attack to maximally interfere with her attack rhythm. This again, Tang Ru was no stranger to this current situation. In fact, it could be said that she had just experienced this. Last round against Heavenly Swords, even though Happy had won the 2 points from the group arena, Tang Ru, who was the first to come out, was defeated by the second person on their team. Heavenly Swords' second player, Wenkebe, was a battle mage. Tang Ru had just experienced a same-class battle last round, and this round she once again fought against a same-class player. Xiao Yun and Wenkebe both fought with this interference style that could only be executed by someone familiar with the class. But Xiao Yun, compared to Wenkebe, was more practiced, and Tang Ru was suppressed harder than she was last round. It was harder, but she knew it better. Tyrant's destruction. Tang Ru still refused to give up on attacking. That smirk continued to hang on the corner of Xiao Yun's mouth. With a practiced motion of the mouse, his euphorbia also unleashed a tyrant's destruction, crashing towards Soft Mists. An instantaneous control, an instantaneous attack, and in an instant the spears were about to collide once again. But suddenly, dancing fire flowing flame suddenly shot upward. In the last moment, just before the two skills were about to hit, Tang Ru adjusted the direction of her skill. No time to delay, the timing couldn't be off by a hair. She did it. Dancing fire flowing flame and the spear that Euphorbia swung toward her slipped past each other, and Soft Mist jumped into the air, and in the same way, with hardly a second to spare, she just barely dodged his attack. Barely, but she managed to dodge it. And Xiao Yun, after discovering this change, it was already too late to react. Tang Ru pushed her change all the way to the end, leaving no time for Xiao Yun to make any follow-up move. Not just him. Even someone with 10 or 100 times the hand speed wouldn't have been able to keep up with Tang Ru's change at that moment. Shit. Xiao Yun only had time to shout in his mind. He didn't even have the chance to retract the smirk on his mouth when Euphorbia was hit by Soft Mist's tyrant's destruction. At the same time, flames burst forth and landed upon Euphorbia's body, as Dancing Fire Flowing Flame's special effect, Flowing Flame, was activated. After one attack succeeded, things got easier. The next skills came one after another in a combo. This was a combo. If this offense could be casually broken, then it wouldn't be called a combo. Xiao Yun's Euphorbia and the Dancing Fire Flowing Flame in Soft Mist's hands met over and over again. Tang Ru was completely immersed in the controls. Of course, she hoped with this one chain of combos she could defeat her opponent, but sadly, things didn't turn out that way. Xiao Yun, who understood battle mages well, quickly found a flaw in Tang Ru's combo. Furious Dragon Strikes the Heart. Seeing the flaw, Xiao Yun directly used a powerful attack. Tang Ru hastily responded, Soft Mist drawing back her spear, but she had no way of completely parrying such a high-level attack. Soft Mist's offensive came to an abrupt end, and Xiao Yun used this Furious Dragon Strikes the Heart to retaliate with a new high of attacks. Tang Ru's response to this offensive was completely different from Xiao Yun's. Xiao Yun would observe, anticipate, search for an opportunity. But when she faced each of Euphorbia's attacks, she would always try to make a move. She controlled her character non-stop, as though Euphorbia's attack sequence contained flaws everywhere. But in reality, Euphorbia's attacks were not interrupted. Tang Ru struggled endlessly, but to no avail. But her struggling like this gave her opponent a lot of pressure. Xiao Yun felt a strong sense of danger, as though if he made the tiniest slip, it would immediately cause him to lose this match. This state was unexpected for Xiao Yun. He was nervous. He didn't dare become careless, but the more he felt this, the more flawed his controls became, often scaring himself into a sweat. Thus, Xiao Yun was unable to maintain his offensive for long before he, too, finally revealed an opening. The unrelenting Tang Ru instantly seized the opportunity. Even death wouldn't have stopped her as she surged forward. One attack landed, and immediately a chain of attacks followed. If Xiao Yun seized a chance and interfered again, no worries, she'd just come again. The two sides traded the initiative back and forth, but whether or not she was attacking or being attacked, Tang Ru's Soft Mist always maintained an offensive stance. When attacking, she was always moving forward. When being attacked, she caused a constant fear of counterattack in the opponent, like a thorn in the back. The sweat on Xiao Yun's forehead accumulated, and the string in his heart was wound tighter and tighter. The tighter he was, the more he didn't dare relax his hands or legs, and Xiao Yun's apprehension only increased. The more he didn't want to make a mistake, the more often a mistake would come find him. The battle seemed like a continuous exchange of attack and defense positions, but Xiao Yun's attack periods grew shorter and shorter, and Tang Ru was seizing opportunities and attacking for longer and longer periods of time. Under these exchanges, Xiao Yun watched as Soft Mist slowly closed the gap between their health levels. He grew panicked, and he started making more mistakes. He once again reminded himself to stay calm, stay stable, but his two hands were so stiff, so unresponsive, it was as though they were no longer his own. Where did his normal casual and easy controls go? Xiao Yun wanted to stuff his hands in his mouth and bite down hard. His 43% health lead was pulled to a tie, and then he started losing. The more Xiao Yun played, the more chaotic he became. He no longer had a fraction of the confidence he'd had at the beginning of this match. All he had was overwhelming panic. How could it be like this? Xiao Yun didn't understand. He had prepared thoroughly to face Tang Ru. He was confident, so how come as soon as he was on stage he couldn't perform? How was his condition today so bad? Xiao Yun couldn't stabilize himself or control the situation. He could only lose. Tang Ru completed the 1v2, successfully entering the third battle of the group arena. The crowd was silent. 1v2. This result was already valiant, but because Tang Ru promised a 1v3, she wasn't done yet. Tiny Herb's next player on stage was their captain Wang Jixi, and Tang Ru, soft mist after this battle, only had 16% health remaining. "Coach Li, what do you think this?" Commentator Pan Lin spoke haltingly. To challenge Wang Jixi with 16% health, it was very difficult for anyone to have hope. "Ha, the wonder of competition is its unpredictability. Perhaps we will witness a miracle," Li Yibo laughed. "That's to say, Coach Li still looks favorably on Tang Ru," Pan Lin said. "We've already reached this point. Tang Ru is a player full of energy, so who knows, she might achieve the inconceivable," Li Yibo said. "All right, let's look forward to the result of what has been the focus of the past 5 rounds. Team Happy's Tang Ru versus Team Tiny Herb's Wang Jixi," Pan Lin announced. The television broadcaster made this announcement, and the live screens in the stadium displayed the next player from Tiny Herb who was about to play. But Wang Jixi didn't hurry to go on stage, and instead waited for Xiao Yun to return. Seeing the captain looking at him, Xiao Yun lowered his head and looked for a corner in which to hide. What's most fearsome about Tang Ru is not her technique, nor her hand speed, but her overwhelming determination. After Wang Jixi spoke, he stepped toward the stage. Happy versus Tiny Herb, third match of the group arena, the final opponent in the 1v3. Win this and she would complete her promise. Just one last step. However, Tang Ru was already powerless. Vacaria slid down from the sky, trailing behind him the glittering remnants of starlight from the dance of star extinction. "A 1v3 is not so easy," Wang Jixi said. In the third battle of the group arena, Wang Jixi won. No damage taken. The audience was once again silent. If Tang Ru's 1v3 had succeeded, they would have been dissatisfied. But seeing her defeated so swiftly by Wang Jixi, everyone felt a bit disappointed. They themselves couldn't say for what sort of outcome they had hoped. In Happy's player area, everything was even more still. Failing to complete a 1v3 was nothing. In fact, in terms of the match progression, for their first player to meet the opponent's third, they held a great advantage. But the outcome that this 1v3 failure implied, at this moment, no matter how hard Chen Guo tried, she couldn't squeeze out even a half corner of a smile. Chapter 1194, I don't agree. Chapter 1194. I don't agree. Translator. Namiyami Editor. Namiyami. She lost. In the end, Tang Ru was unable to complete her promise of a 1v3 within 5 rounds. Chen Guo couldn't muster even the barest of smiles, but when Tang Ru returned, she was still able to smile at all of them, just like after her losses in all of the previous group arenas. That smile was to let them know that they didn't need to worry for her. But if they didn't worry now, when would they? 5 rounds had already passed. There were no more chances. Seeing how Tang Ru was still wearing such a smile, Chen Guo only felt more miserable. She wanted to go up and say something, but she didn't know what she could say. Tang Ru quietly sat back down in her seat, and her face finally revealed a trace of exhaustion. 35 days of crazy training and a frenzied performance in every match. This time, facing the powerhouse Tiny Herb, she defeated 2 opponents in a row, but in the end she fell so swiftly at the hands of Wang Jixi. Was everything already over? Chen Guo felt a numbness in her nose. She looked at Tang Ru, whose head was lifted, staring at the replays on the screens just like normal. They were all displaying shots from her match that had just ended. Yi Ziu stood up, but he didn't say anything to Tang Ru. He still followed the progression of the match and said something to the next player who was about to go on stage. Chen Guo was right next to him, and yet she couldn't hear a thing he said. Happy's second player in the group arena was Steamed Bun, a player that many people thought shared some traits with Wang Jixi. This time, facing Wang Jixi, he lost speedily. Two opponents defeated consecutively, yet Vacaria had barely lost any health. The audience's eyes were wide. Everyone had been focused on whether or not Tang Ru could complete a 1v3. But now, it was actually shaping up to be a total reversal like this. Amidst everyone's guessing, Fang Rui went on stage. In the group arena, Tiny Herb won. The dead silence in the crowd only belonged to Happy's reporters. The Tiny Herb fans supporting their away team were thrilled, excited, and screaming crazily. Even Pan Lin in the middle of the broadcast was nearly incoherent. This is truly, Pan Lin tried to organize his words. Just when Tang Ru defeated two Tiny Herb players, and everyone was wondering whether or not she could create a miracle, Wang Jixi, Tiny Herb's captain Wang Jixi, the magician Wang Jixi, with a crisp and clear 1v3, tells everyone, impossible. Tiny Herb maintains its record of never being 1v3D. Wang Jixi is truly one of the most reliable players in the alliance. An awe-inspiring reversal. The excitement of the Tiny Herb fans conquered the entire stadium. Tang Ru failed her 1v3, and the opponent pulled off a 1v3 to reverse the situation and win the match. One could only imagine how low Happy's spirits were. How would the upcoming team competition play out? Very few people could concentrate on this question, as everyone was still worrying about Tang Ru's future. On the other hand, after Wang Jixi's 1v3 to win back the group arena, Tiny Herb's morale reached its peak. With this shift in the end, Happy lost the team competition to Tiny Herb as well. The match ended 2-8. To be honest, Happy losing to Tiny Herb wasn't any big news. The most attention-grabbing part of this match was Tang Ru's promise of completing a 1v3, and this too was a large reason why the live broadcast chose to show this match. And now, the dust settled. The reporters had all already gathered at the post-match press conference, discussing in a chaotic manner, some regretful, some gloating. Esports Times' Ryuan Cheng, of course, would not miss this press conference. It could even be said that he was the star of this conference. Right now, he acted like a victor, delightedly moving through the crowds of reporters, chatting with some here and some there, leaving the sound of his hearty laughter throughout. "Are you happy?" Ryuan Cheng suddenly heard someone speak up beside him. He turned his head and saw this person glaring right at him. Seeing such a talented player forced to leave the professional scene for a reason like this. "Are you happy?" When Ryuan Cheng turned toward him, Chang Xian spat out this sentence word by word, syllable by syllable. He was the reporter closest to Happy, but among all of these people, Chang Xian was still just a junior. His identity and position couldn't compare at all to Esports Times senior writer Ryuan Cheng. But at this moment, Chang Xian mustered his courage and hurled this question at him. "Ha ha," Ryuan Cheng laughed. "Everyone needs to take responsibility for their choices, and I'm pleased to see a player meet such a result after their own arrogant words and actions. Of course, I prefer to see that she learns a lesson from this, corrects her shortcomings, and continues to improve. Something like this wouldn't actually force her to retire, no, haha. You're exactly right, take responsibility for your choices. Everyone's very willing to accept a sincere apology." Another reporter who disapproved of Tang Ru's actions came to support Ryuan Cheng's opinion. Seeing these seniors pretending to be innocent and sympathetic, Chang Xian truly felt disgusted. These people always put themselves on the moral high ground, casually pointing fingers at other people, as though anything that didn't fit their views was automatically wrong. They spoke as though this were all for Tang Ru's good, but Chang Xian was clear. They just wanted to see Tang Ru embarrassed, see this strong and tough player bow her head before them, thus proving the authority of their right to speak. Chang Xian didn't want to see Tang Ru lower her head before these guys, but he was even less willing to see Tang Ru quit the pro scene like this. They're here. Happy's people are here. After this shout, all of the reporters took their positions. Ryu Wencheng smiled and organized his appearance. With all the attitude of a victor, he prepared to thoroughly enjoy this evening. Yi Ziu, Fang Rui, Chen Guo, and Tang Ru, these were the 4 people from Happy that came for this press conference. The reporters were quietly delighted since they had worried earlier that Tang Ru simply wouldn't attend. But now it seemed this girl was quite magnanimous. Not bad, lower your head. Apologize. As long as you come with the right attitude, everyone will gladly accept it. Although everyone was eager to jump right in, seeing the 4 happy members take their seats, in the end they all turned toward Ryu Cheng. After all, this whole affair was his creation. At this time they had to give him face, let him complete this topic. Ahem. Ryu Cheng of course wouldn't pass up this opportunity. After the signal that he could begin, he gracefully stood up to ask a question. It's a great shame that Happy was in such condition, only to suffer such a reversal. Ryu Cheng was in no hurry and said these perfunctory opening words. Yes, it's a shame, Yizu answered. It's a greater shame that Miss Tang Ru failed to complete her 1v3 by just 1 step. Ryu Cheng smiled as he hit upon the topic at hand. Tang Ru sat on the panel. Contrary to everyone's expectations, she didn't appear to be in a rush to examine her mistakes, nor did she show any sign of disappointment or loss. Like every other time she had appeared in such a press conference, she simply sat there, upright and proper. What was the meaning of this? More than a few reporters were already having second thoughts. Promise. To be honest, not many people really took this very seriously. Tang Ru, with her looks and skill as a player, had an immeasurable value in the pro scene. There was really no way to strictly enforce this so-called promise. But for the sake of the team's most immediate interests, at this point they had to smooth over their public relations somehow right. Even if they used the reasons Ryu Cheng had exposed earlier, for love, for the team, for the supporters, or other such arguments. Or if they really had nothing else, even a reason like to generate interest could very well be brazenly announced. But with this calm and stability in front of them, as though this whole situation didn't exist, what was she planning to do? Was she pretending to have amnesia? Everyone looked at Ryu Cheng. Stop playing around, get to the point. Ryu Cheng was also beginning to have doubts in his heart. At this time, this player seriously didn't have any intention of lowering her head. What an infuriating person. Ryu Cheng's mood worsened, and so he picked up the pace. If I've counted correctly, this is now the 5th round since your promise of 5 rounds. Although Miss Tang Ru only missed it by 1 step, the 1v3 was not completed. It seems that Miss Tang Ru, you said earlier, if you couldn't complete a 1v3 in 5 rounds, you would quit. Ryu Cheng had initially intended for Tang Ru to stand up of her own volition to admit her wrong and beg forgiveness, but now she was just sitting motionless at the panel, as though she would completely ignore the topic if no one brought it up. Ryu Cheng couldn't stand it anymore, and so he directly dug up the promise. Instantly, everyone's gazes swiveled to Tang Ru. Tang Ru smiled. Quit, I don't agree, go on. I don't agree, go on. What was that? The reporters were instantly in an uproar. Even Ryu Cheng was stunned. Chang Xian hadn't expected Tang Ru to do this either. Refuse to lower your head but refuse to quit as well. What can you do? Chang Xian hadn't expected that even this pretty girl would have delinquent tendencies. To put it bluntly, she was admitting that she was breaking her word. This. She was completely destroying her reputation. A promise, no matter in what context, held significance. The words you said, the water you spilled, you could find this or that ridiculous excuse, but in the end you needed to find an explanation to give yourself a place to stand. But Tang Ru wasn't standing on anything, she just gave that sentence. I don't agree. Exactly. If the player didn't agree, there was truly no one who could force her to quit, so this reason was very strong. But to do this was to burn your image and reputation to ashes. Having a good appearance couldn't save you. Character, integrity, those were forever a person's most important traits. You don't agree? This response caught Ryu Cheng completely off guard. His voice had gone strangled. He had no idea how to go on. You shameless. He couldn't hold back. Ryu Cheng just couldn't hold back. To directly hurl such insults was of course frowned upon, and these writers often had to use very roundabout ways to insult someone. But in this moment he truly couldn't hold back anymore. This was shameless. No word could describe this more accurately. "You can say what you will," Tang Ru said. "I will continue as always, thank you. Thank you. What the fuck?" The reporters were instantly enraged. "Are you trying to make fun of us?" Chapter 1195, each crazier than the next. Chapter 1195. Each crazier than the next. Translator. Namyami editor. Namyami. The atmosphere of the press conference reached a boiling point. Even those who hadn't initially harbored any ill will toward Tang Ru could no longer hold themselves back after seeing her current attitude. What was this? The stubbornness of a mule. You clearly lost the bet, but you don't apologize and recognize that you were overly confident, nor do you quit the alliance like you said. You just toss the sentence, "I don't agree." In the 10 years of the Glory Pro League, there had never been a player like this before, a player who simply refused to recognize the words they had previously said. Pro players were public figures, so it was crucial that they had a good reputation. A player like this who didn't keep her word, no matter how good her appearance or disposition, what kind of business would dare endorse her? Without these endorsements, who would be willing to use her in advertising? Even pro teams, in order to avoid affecting the image of the team as a whole, would stay far away from a player with such a bad image, no matter how skilled the player was. Tang Ru's action was completely self-destructive. Although the reporters were boiling, aside from Ryu Cheng's accusation of shameless, none of them could find any other condemnation. None of them had ever experienced such a situation before. They didn't have experience. For now, the reporters were like wasps whose nest had just been attacked, filling the air with their buzzing. In the midst of it all, it was possible that a few wanted to ask some questions, but in such a noisy and chaotic situation, no one could hear anything clearly. "Everyone quiet down, quiet," the Alliance's media spokesperson shouted. Normally, a pro team had its own spokesperson, who would act as the host for any press conferences a team held. Happy didn't have one, so the Alliance's employee was a temporary fill-in. A worker from the Alliance would defend a pro team to some extent, but in the end they wouldn't be as exhaustively dedicated to the team like a worker from the team itself. This worker right now just wanted to restore order and didn't particularly care about Happy itself. The reporters' uproar lasted for almost 5 whole minutes. As it slowly settled down, everyone adopted faces of indignation. This time, none of them felt that they understood Tang Ru's actions. Chang Xian had been pleased at first to see the reporters utterly flustered and anxious, but after that passed, he too started to worry about Tang Ru. He understood clearly how disadvantageous Tang Ru's attitude was, and he didn't know what sort of public relations strategy this was. With his understanding of Happy, they didn't have any dedicated public relations team. Their press conferences were all very casual, otherwise this wouldn't have attracted so much hatred. Amidst the reporters who had regained order, Ryu Cheng acted as the voice of general opinion as he stood at the front, face filled with resentment. "Miss Tang Ru, may I ask what the meaning of your words was just now?" Ryu Cheng asked, exceedingly sophisticated. Although he had already carefully considered this, he still feared that Tang Ru had hidden some sort of trap in her words. After all, this whole situation was too incredible and ridiculous, and had never happened before in all 10 years of glory. I mean that I will not quit the alliance, I will continue to play, Tang Ru said. All right, this time she made herself clear. There was no way for her meaning to be twisted, was there? Ryuan Cheng was suddenly full of energy. Then, what do you think your earlier promise was all about? You think that your simple "I don't agree" is enough to erase it? What do you have to say to all those glory players that cared about you, wished you well, supported you? Ryuan Cheng said. Oh, hearing this, Tang Ru stood up. I deeply regret being unable to complete a 1v3. I have disappointed all those who have cared about me, wished me well, and supported me. As she said this, Tang Ru made a short bow and then straightened. However, I will not retire because of this. Even if it hurts me, I will continue, and I will bear the burden of the disgrace that results. I only worry that my teammates will be dragged into this, and I hope that the team will not be harmed by any of this, because this is all my own decision. I hope that all of the criticism and accusations will only be aimed at myself, and not at Team Happy or the other team members. Your behavior tarnishes the reputation of your team, Ryuan Cheng said. Yes, you are correct. The team is implicated because of me. They are victims, said Tang Ru. Thank you for being so reasonable. The atmosphere of the press conference became twisted again. What's this? She wants to bear all the consequences of her faults. After this clear spiel of words, those who wanted to defame Happy along with her could no longer open their mouths. But to take all responsibility like this Tang Ru, has she not considered her future? All of the reporters sensed how insane it was for Tang Ru to destroy her reputation and future prospects like this. But they had no way of attacking this point. Do you know what effect this will have on your future? For a question like this, a simple "none of your business" was enough of a retort. If the other party really didn't care about their future prospects, it was idiotic to make this a point. So Ryuan Cheng had opened his mouth to point out to her supporters how Tang Ru harmed her team. But Tang Ru accepted all of this, in a "if you want to curse me, just bring it" attitude. Any other possible position was unsustainable. Were they supposed to say, "So many people were looking forward to seeing you leave if you failed the 1v3, so now that you really failed, how can you make it up to those who were anticipating your departure?" An attack like that would probably only make Tang Ru more earnest in breaking her word, right? The experienced reporters actually had no idea what to say next. They could only quietly swear in their hearts that as soon as they left they would figure out how to attack this Tang Ru. But looking at Tang Ru's stance, they couldn't help but feel a bit timid again. She already made it clear that she didn't care about her reputation and that she didn't need your support or understanding. What use would their attacks have? Would it just be a catharsis? The reporters were at a loss because of Tang Ru's toughness. Ryuan Cheng had been prepared to taste the fruits of victory, only to be faced with this unexpected scene. Tang Ru embraced the situation and took everything upon herself. Then what about Happy? What do you think of this? To Happy's members, what do you think of Tang Ru's performance today? Ryuan Cheng said in a low voice. He finally avoided Tang Ru. He had no way of facing her toughness. He had to find a new breakthrough. Tang Ru's performance today, Happy's captain Yiziu opened his mouth, was excellent. He nodded his head, filled with certainty. And then in the face of a field of dumbstruck stares, he continued. In the group arena, she defeated 2 opponents and fought all the way to the 3rd person. A performance like that is truly powerful. The reporters felt like crying. God, could you please stop playing dumb? You know that that's not what we're asking. But then again, disregarding the promise, for one player to fight all the way to the 3rd was indeed very strong. Some reporters fell into a trance. But the rest were just about to accuse the god of playing dumb, when Yiziu continued to speak. The ones who should be strictly criticized are the 2 players who went up next. 2 players, and you couldn't take down the opponent's 1 player. Especially the 3rd player, the great general anchoring the group arena, Fang Rui. The team didn't spend so much money to get you over here just so you could be a useless dim sum. You couldn't even take care of a Wang Jixi. Yiziu berated him. The tone of that "couldn't even take care of a Wang Jixi" was deafening. Ever since Wang Jixi had entered the alliance, the reporters had never heard this kind of sentence before. Yeah. To the side, Fang Rui confessed, ashamed. I messed up, I couldn't focus my spirits to play well. Someone like Wang Jixi, I should at least be able to fight 10 of him. That's a bit much, Yiziu said. 8, Fang Rui said. Yiziu nodded. The reporters were going crazy. They had no way of reporting talk like this. Anyone could hear that it was a joke. If you actually talked about this seriously, everyone would doubt the judgment of your report. They could only record this talk while cursing this shamelessness, and when Wang Jixi came out later, they could interview him and see if he objected to this. Only that would be reasonable, but the main topic right now shouldn't be this. God Yiziu, as the captain of Team Happy, what are your thoughts on your teammate's retraction of her promise? I seem to remember that before, you very firmly believed Tang Ru could complete a 1v3. One reporter, through gritted teeth, strung together a few clear keywords to spit out this question. Those were necessary words for the public, Yiziu said dismissively. Is this your first day as a reporter or something? The reporters spat blood, but they had to admit that he had a point. When facing doubts about a team's player, the captain, or even any member of the team, had to defend the player, unless there was some serious conflict. Whether or not you believed in your teammate when facing the world, the answer was always a public yes. But Ryuan Cheng seized a flaw in Yiziu's words. That's to say, God Yiziu, in reality, you didn't actually believe that Tang Ru could complete a 1v3, right? Ryuan Cheng aggressively asked. How could that be the case? Have you forgotten I was the one who set the 5-round limit? Yiziu laughed. But now she failed to complete it, said Ryuan Cheng. In the end, no one can be 100% certain about the outcome of competition, not even me, Yiziu said. But she made that kind of promise, said Ryuan Cheng. And now she doesn't intend to uphold it, Yiziu said calmly. What do you think of that? Ryuan Cheng said. The team cannot interfere in a personal decision. I'm very glad that Tang Ru could make such a decision, allowing us to avoid losing such an outstanding player. Thank you. Yiziu's last 2 words were directed toward Tang Ru. You're welcome, Tang Ru replied with a smile. Insane. Everyone on this team is insane. The reporters were dumbstruck. Could these people not tell the severity of this situation? They were still relaxed as they responded with ridicule. If this were any other team, the public relations team probably would have already burned to ashes from this. No. Tang Ru said that her promise was her individual decision and had nothing to do with the team. But as a member of this team, her reputation was part of the team's reputation as a whole. Even with her statement, the team would still experience a negative effect. Regarding this, did the manager of this team, their boss, have no objection to this? She must be enraged in her heart. As it happened, Happy's boss Chen Guo was also on the panel of this press conference, and the reporters turned their fire. Chapter 1196, the most challenging Chapter 1196, the most challenging translator, Namiyami editor. Namiyami at any other time, Chen Guo would have just about died laughing from seeing these reporters harassed like this. But now, she didn't feel like laughing at all, only crying. From the very first second she sat on this stage, she was trying very hard to control herself and prevent the tears from falling. The rules of the alliance didn't extend to a team's boss, so Chen Guo could have skipped all of the pre- and post-match press conferences. But now, she sat here, next to Tang Ru, because she wanted to be with Tang Ru, because she knew that Tang Ru was making a very difficult decision. Chen Guo felt like she was good for nothing. She had wanted to sit up here to give Tang Ru support, only to find that she herself was the weakest. She couldn't be calm like Yiziu and Fang Rui, or steadfast like Tang Ru. hold back the tears. This was all she could manage to do. The 1v3 promise had caused an uproar in the outside world, and within Happy, it had also been a topic that everyone treated with caution. After the end of the press conference where she had made the announcement, the absolutely rational and Wenyi had said frankly that Tang Ru's actions were irresponsible to the extreme. Tang Ru hadn't retorted, and afterwards, she spent her days and nights in intense training. Everyone saw this, and so Wenyi temporarily refrained from expressing his opinion any further. After all, the 5 rounds hadn't been fought yet. Perhaps Tang Ru could really pull it off. As her teammate at a time like this, Wenyi went along with the others and chose to encourage her and cheer her on. 35 days passed, 5 rounds finished, and in the end Tang Ru hadn't been able to do it. In the prep room after the match, Wenyi didn't rush to say anything, but everyone could see from his eyes just how dissatisfied he was. And then, Tang Ru apologized for her earlier irresponsibility. And then she announced her decision, revoking her promise and continuing to play. Everyone was stunned, especially the most dissatisfied Wenyi. Now this rational player viewed Tang Ru's decision as even more inconceivable. Everyone knew the pressure she would have to bear from a decision like this. The irresponsible Tang Ru now used this sort of method to take responsibility for her team. Why couldn't she just soften up a bit, admit some weakness? And Wenyi couldn't understand. He just knew that if it were him, he never would have thought of this self-destructive tough method. The prep room was quiet. Why wasn't anyone dissuading her? And Wenyi looked at Captain Yiziu, at boss Chen Guo, at his other teammates, but no one said anything. Was it because no one recognized the severity of this problem? That certainly wasn't the case. The current silence precisely demonstrated just how shocking and frightening Tang Ru's decision here was. But no one stood up to say anything. Had everyone lost their reason? And Wenyi wanted to step forward, wanted to logically analyze the most appropriate way to address this situation. But he couldn't open his mouth. How to address this? And Wenyi thought that she should just lower her head to the reporters, admit that her earlier words were improper, and earnestly request that everyone agree to let her withdraw her improper promise. And Wenyi could clearly see that those reporters weren't actually very interested in forcing a player to retire, as that would generate animosity towards themselves. They were looking forward to this kind of scene, her lowering her head. With that, they could paint themselves as saviors leading a player to the correct way. Was that what had to happen? In his mind, and Wenyi imagined Tang Ru's voice quietly begging forgiveness, and he saw those gleeful, arrogant, puffed-up faces. After that, those guys would, of course, generously accept Tang Ru. Fuck. The rational and Wenyi actually swore, harshly kicking a locker. This was just so fucking disgusting. And Wenyi found that he couldn't find it in himself to persuade Tang Ru to act any differently than she had. Then that's that, Yiziu said. Yiziu, come out here for a second. Boss Chen Guo suddenly walked out of the prep room and called out to Yiziu. Chen. Yiziu followed her out. Just when Tang Ru made her decision, a terrifying thought suddenly surfaced in Chen Guo's mind. Given Tang Ru's personality, it wasn't too hard to understand her making such a tough answer and taking greater pressure upon herself. And so, Chen Guo suddenly thought of Yiziu. That guy, maybe he anticipated early on that Tang Ru couldn't 1v3 within 5 rounds. The 5-round limit was his taking advantage of the situation to throw her into a trap. Because he had very clearly expressed before that Tang Ru's dedication to glory wasn't stable. Her interest came from the challenge, so it was possible that one day, when she reached a certain height and there were no more challenges to interest her, she would lose her interest in glory. At that time, this added to her life attitude of a casual rich girl. What would be her resulting attitude? Would she directly quit glory, just like she had quit music? Or would she aimlessly continue along just because she was part of the team, Neither outcome was one that Happy wanted to see. So this time, Yiziu threw Tang Ru into a trap, putting her in shackles and forcing her to endlessly fight. "You woman, you're really too scary." Yiziu was shocked after hearing Chen Guo's blunt questioning. "It's not like that," Chen Guo said. "Of course not." Chen Guo sighed in relief. She didn't know where this thought had come from either, perhaps because she had watched Yiziu for a while now, and his normal way of doing things was often rather cold and indifferent. But Chen Guo would not tolerate his orchestrating this kind of plan to the teammates at his side. Hearing his refutation, Chen Guo was relieved. But now she'll suffer an enormous amount of pressure. This is really her personality, always choosing the most difficult and the most challenging, said Yiziu. Tang Ru chose the most difficult way to face this. Then what about Chen Guo herself? She couldn't retreat. As a team, no matter what, they should always support and accept every single member of the team. Today, she stood here with Tang Ru, with whom she was the closest, but if it were any other member of Happy, she would do the same. With these beliefs, Chen Guo calmly faced the reporters who raged around her. Even if she couldn't control her tears, she would be Tang Ru's most firm supporter, the most firm supporter of every single player on Team Happy. Just like that. Insane. Happy's people are all insane. This Tang Ru didn't consider her own image at all, and Happy's boss didn't consider the effect of such a player on the team's image as a whole. There were clearly problems with the thought process of this team's operations, big problems. Don't they understand these principles? It seemed that they did, but they acted like this anyway. Tang Ru was willing to bear the public pressure, and Happy's boss. Even under these conditions, she emphasized her thanks toward Tang Ru for making such a difficult decision for the team. How could there be a team like this? How could there be a player like this? The reporters were completely resentful of Happy and Tang Ru, who didn't fit their expectations at all. When the winners of today's match, Tiny Herb, came out for their press conference, the reporters were still alight with an anger that couldn't immediately be extinguished. They carelessly finished with their congratulations toward the winning party and immediately asked the Tiny Herb players for their thoughts on Happy's actions today. Oh, hearing that Tang Ru made such an announcement, the Tiny Herb players who attended this press conference, Wang Jixi, Gao Yingji, and Liu Ziobi, found it very surprising. But soon enough, Wang Jixi nodded his head. She would do something like that. Wang Jixi couldn't help but think of their time in the 10th server, when defeating Tang Ru was a matter of seconds for him. Even a beginner could tell the enormous disparity of skill that existed between them. But despite such a frightening disparity, Wang Jixi could only defeat Tang Ru's character and not her fighting spirit. As Tang Ru became more clearly aware of this disparity, Wang Jixi sensed only an increased excitement from her. From then, Wang Jixi knew what kind of person this was. And then later there was the Challenger League. When Tang Ru once again refused Tiny Herb's invitation, Wang Jixi took another step in understanding how different Tang Ru was from the crowd. Understanding how different she was from the crowd, and then looking at the things these reporters were chattering about, even Wang Jixi felt that they were laughable. The reporters clearly felt that Tang Ru breaking her word like this and destroying her self-image would prevent her from continuing to exist in the alliance, that she would have no more future. No powerhouse team would want a player with such a bad reputation ruining their image. Wang Jixi heard this sound, spoken with confidence. It was true, these words are very reasonable. But the problem was, the future of which you speak is entirely different from the future in Tang Ru's eyes. This player, different from the rest, is absolutely not walking the normal expected path of a pro player. Powerhouse team. This person had already rejected Tiny Herb twice now, a rejection with no hesitation or leeway. It was evident that Tiny Herb had nothing that attracted her. The so-called powerhouse team was nothing in her eyes. These group of players that Yiziu found all had their quirks and defects, but they were all extremely reliable people. Thinking about this, Wang Jixi discovered that he subconsciously admired them, but facing the reporter's questions, he sensibly evaded. Well, perhaps there's some reason she won't honor her commitment. I'm not too sure, so I can't very well say anything, Wang Jixi said. Then what do you think about Fang Rui saying that he could take on 8 of you? One reporter also dragged this statement over. To this, Wang Jixi just smiled a little. I look forward to our next battle. To think that trash talk like this would provoke some reaction from Wang Jixi, the reporters found that they were too naive. And from Wang Jixi, they couldn't find any interesting topic to discuss. They could only turn their attacks to the other two from Tiny Herb. Tang Ru's actions once again became the focus of their questions. I'm pretty happy she didn't quit. I look forward to battling her again. Liu Xiaobi only looked at the result, not the process. No matter what, her courage and determination is worth learning, Gao Yingji said. Society's morals were degenerating day by day. The reporters lamented. They couldn't even hear strong condemnation of Tang Ru from Tiny Herb's players. Chapter 1197, Consequences. Chapter 1197, Consequences. Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami. The storm caused by the 1v3 didn't pass after the end of the competition. It could be said that for the reporters, the real excitement was only just starting. Several reporters, Ryu and Cheng at the lead, were enraged to the core by Tang Ru's attitude, and they immediately began to write all sorts of articles condemning her. Esports Time, the publication for which Ryu and Cheng wrote, was a bi-monthly publication, so there was still a week before the next edition's release. He couldn't wait that long, and impatiently posted on his personal blog to begin a crusade against her, calling this whole thing a scandal and provoking a big reaction. The other major media outlets also reported on this matter, attacking from various angles. But amidst all this, quite a few reporters gave understanding toward Tang Ru. Chang Xian, for example, clearly stood on Tang Ru's side, looking down upon Ryu and Cheng and all those other reporters. But the problem was, the company he worked for, Esports Home, had strict requirements of its subordinate reporters. Articles from invited reporters could have the warning, "This does not represent the views of this publication" attached, but articles from their own reporters faced constraints. It wasn't that Esports Home couldn't have a position, but this time, Tang Ru's actions were extremely controversial. Destroying one's prior commitment like this was impossible to put in a good light. Up through now, Esports Home emphasized their impartiality in the circle, so for this situation, the conclusion of their discussion didn't express a clear position, and they played a bit for both sides. With this, Chang Xian's article expressing clear support for Happy and Tang Ru naturally wasn't suitable and was shot down by the editor-in-chief 3 times. Chang Xian was a passionate young person. After all this hassle, he was tempted to just quit this and not write. But then he thought, if he did that, then wouldn't the voices supporting Happy and Tang Ru become even weaker? So Chang Xian dug through numerous articles written by his seniors, studying them to learn how to guide an opinion under these kind of circumstances, so that when touching upon both sides at the conclusion, there would be a subtle leaning toward one side. These sort of games couldn't hide from the experienced editor-in-chief, but as long as it wasn't too obvious, a slight bias wasn't a big problem. After all, a robotic article with no position would appear to lack judgment and influence. On one hand, Esports Home placed strict limitations on their own articles, but on the other hand, they used this topic to draw many eyes. Esports Home invited 2 pieces from outsiders. One was the article posted by Ryu Cheng to his personal blog, and for the other, they found the famed commentator Cha Xiaoxia. Ryu Wencheng's position was obvious. As for Quan Zhi Gao Shou, that was someone who already publicly declared himself a happy fanboy. This sort of commentator generally wouldn't be invited to write about a team of which he was a fan, but now Esports Home specifically invited him, undoubtedly to counter Ryu Wencheng's position. Quan Zhi Gao Shou didn't disappoint. He was warm and understanding toward Tang Ru, while cold and mocking towards Ryu Wencheng and his people. There were all sorts of voices, but overall, the indisputable truth of breaking one's word generated mostly negative discussions of Tang Ru. Esports Home's Chang Xian tried to express a vague position. Quan Zhi Gao Shou flew a clear banner in her support, and a few others expressed understanding of her actions, but in the end they couldn't gain the upper hand. In the end, even they had to admit that Tang Ru's behavior was improper in some areas. They could only express their understanding, but they couldn't describe her as completely faultless or justified. Amidst the storm of criticism, real consequences quickly appeared. Various businesses who had taken an interest in Tang Ru all withdrew their intentions of making a deal. Even some sponsors who had already signed contracts with Happy expressed their extreme dissatisfaction with Tang Ru's speech, putting a heavy question mark on the potential of future cooperation. Happy, because they were just entering the alliance, not many sponsors would directly sign a long contract with them. The standard was a one-year contract, and then depending on their performance and results this year, they would make further plans. And now, this negative attention was not something that the sponsors liked. And then the alliance paid attention to this storm as well, and with improper words and actions as their reason, they gave Happy and Tang Ru a fine. The alliance was very sensitive about matters of image. After all, in the beginning, video games were called electronic heroin. Even though public perception had greatly improved, the alliance didn't dare let their guard down. Even though all of this had been somewhat expected, the ferocity of it all surprised Chen Guo. Especially the fine from the alliance, it was like adding oil to the fire, making the condemning voices grow even louder. What a pain! Chen Guo was in low spirits, but when she arrived at the training room, she saw Yi Ziu and Wei Chen sitting in front of a computer in serious discussion. That's good they haven't been affected by this. Chen Guo was glad, and her admiration of the mental strength of these old veterans increased. With their fearless attitude toward attacks, the spirits of the others will stabilize quickly. A team really needed this sort of guiding compass presence. As she thought this, Chen Guo walked over toward them to listen to what they were discussing. Tusk, these dumbasses, do they not do any background research before writing this stuff? Wei Chen was saying. That sort of info probably isn't publicly available. More importantly, they don't have that sort of imagination, Yi Ziu lamented. Well, that's true. Hey, this one's pretty harsh, said Wei Chen. That's what I call poison, Yi Ziu said. They really don't know how to spell death. Forget the small shrimp, but the bigger fish are definitely done for, Yi Ziu said. The first one to be taken care of will definitely be Ryu Wencheng, Wei Chen said confidently. He's really doing this diligently, said Yi Ziu. He'll probably lose his job immediately. Who knows? Think he'll be directly killed, Wei Chen said. That's probably an exaggeration, said Yi Ziu. We're talking about a proper businessman here. But this is his own daughter. For her to be attacked like this, even killing wouldn't be enough to resolve the hate. I think it'd probably just be. Ahem. Chen Guo loudly coughed, angrily interrupting this shameless discussion. And here she was thinking that they were discussing some serious topic, only to find that they were just dreaming about what kind of powerful retaliation Tang Ru's background could help her execute. Boss is here. Wei Chen turned his head and casually greeted her before going back to cheerfully look at those articles and discussions about Tang Ru. I came to see what you two were busy with over here, Chen Guo said. Oh, little Tang's really being attacked. How do you think her old man will help teach these guys a lesson? Wei Chen actually tried to drag Chen Guo into the discussion as well. Shame on you. Little Tang already said that she was taking this upon herself. When has she ever used her background to get something? Chen Guo said. You can't put it like that. We all know little Tang's domineering attitude, but this must be taking a toll on her dad's heart. He has to take care of a few of them as a warning, don't you think? Wei Chen said, particularly confident. With that, Chen Guo couldn't find any rebuttal. She could only believe that Tang Ru absolutely would not turn back and beg her family to save her, but like Wei Chen said, even if Tang Ru didn't need it, the Tang family might act anyway. Just as she was hesitating, the door behind her opened and Tang Ru walked in, talking to someone on the phone. Yes, I'm fine. Don't worry about me, just leave it. She hung up the phone and the other three in the room looked at each other. This phone call sounded like it was from Tang Ru's family and was probably about this situation. What was the Tang family going to do? Looking at the three people who were in a daze, Tang Ru waved her phone. My dad's also worried about this. What the old man say? Wei Chen asked, filled with respect. Bankrupt esports time first. The new edition of esports time hasn't even come out yet, Yiziu said. Even if you can't chase the monk, you still have to tear down the monastery, said Wei Chen. What nonsense is this? Chen Guo said. Just as she said this, her cell phone rang. Chen Guo answered, still with a hint of anger in her voice. Yes. Is this Boss Chen? A male voice spoke on the other end. Yes, who's this? Chen Guo checked the phone number on the screen, but it was an unknown number. This is Tang Xusen, the other person said. Chen Guo quickly thought about this name. It seemed a bit familiar. I apologize for the trouble Tang Ru has caused you. My daughter's personality is just like that, very strong, the caller said. Oh, Chen Guo's heart skipped a beat. Only now did she react to who this was, and she immediately answered, Mr. Tang, sir, please don't talk like that, Ah. Tang Ru evidently figured out who the caller was from Chen Guo's words and attitude, and she rushed forward and snatched away Chen Guo's phone. Dad, what are you doing? Tang Ru said loudly, her face revealing an extremely rare expression of embarrassment. They couldn't hear what the caller said, but Tang Ru answered, flustered, I know, I'll take care of it myself. You go to your meeting. Yes, all right. How many times have I said it? My class is called Battle Mage, Battle Mage. Battle God is a title. It's referring to one especially powerful character in this class. Yes, the player controlling it is more important, you're right. Yes, he's in our team now. Yes, the unspecialized Lord Grimm, you know a lot about this. Talk about what? You guys don't speak the same language. Tang Ru shouted. Yiziu and the other two looked at each other. Listening to that, it seemed that Tang Ru's father had researched glory and even wanted to talk for a bit with God Yiziu. Dad, please stop making such a fuss. If you can't beat Frost Forest, then let Secretary Wang find you a guide. Sweat. The three others wiped at their sweat. This level of skill was really a bit low. I can beat it. I can't carry you. You're in the 11th server. Even if my character returned to the normal server, I can only go to the 10th server, so we wouldn't be together. No, don't come over. If I have time, I'll make a character over there and find you, okay? We need to start practice. I'm hanging up now. Yes, see you. Tang Ru finally hung up the phone. She let out a long breath and then looked at the other three, embarrassment still showing on her face. He recently also got a Glory account and he plays it sometimes in his spare time, Tang Ru explained helplessly. I could hear. Yiziu nodded. What's his account name? I can give Wu Chen a heads up, take care of him a bit. Chen Guo tried to be serious. If he wants to be an experienced baby, then just leave him to me, Wei Chen said with all the air of someone trying to curry favor. Can we please just start practice? Tang Ru was almost crying. Chapter 1198, The Observation Period ends. Chapter 1198. The Observation Period ends. Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami, the discussion about Tang Ru continued to be omnipresent, But in the end, there was no mysterious power that intervened and stopped all of it. Her father gave her true, non-interfering support and freedom. Even when something like this happened, he didn't instantly stand up to protect her. Tang Ru, facing all of this expected criticism, didn't defend herself. She didn't expect or hope for any understanding. She withdrew and just dove even further into glory. Compared to Tang Ru, Happy's current situation didn't look too good either. The criticism the team received was secondary. More important was Happy's score on the points ranking after 8 rounds. There were 38 rounds in a season. 8 rounds meant that over 1/5 had passed. Happy currently had 31 points, ranked at 14th place. For a new team that just joined the alliance, a score like this perhaps wasn't bad. Team Miracle, who had also just joined this season, only had 21 points and was ranked 18th. Last year's new team Heavenly Swords only had 25 points, 2 places behind Happy. But Happy wouldn't be satisfied with this kind of point score or ranking, because only they knew that their goal to win the championships in their first year absolutely was not just a shameless piece of trash talk. If they wanted to win the championships, they first had to ensure they made it to the playoffs. And right now, Happy had 31 points after 8 rounds, averaged 3.875 points per round. Let's look at last season's final point rankings. During Happy's team meeting, Yiziu analyzed the current situation in the league for everyone. Last season, in 8th place was 100 Blossoms, with a final score of 190 points, averaging 5 points per round. But last season, because of the game update, many team scores went down. If we look at Season 8, Team 301 Degrees in 8th place had 214 points, averaging 5.63 per round. And then looking at our season now, after 8 rounds, the 7th and 8th place Tyranny and 100 Blossoms each have 47 points, which is an average 5.875 points per match. Compared to previous seasons, the situation in the Alliance this season appears to be harsher. If we use the current scores after 8 rounds as the standard, a match average of 5.875 means 223 points after 38 rounds. This could very well be the threshold for entering playoffs this season. Right now, we only have 31 points. Subtracting 31 from 223 in the next 30 rounds, we'll need an average of 6.41 points per round to reach that threshold. The situation is grim. 6.41 points isn't very easy to get. As soon as we lose a team competition, that means there's no way to get 6.41 points for that round. What then? That means we'll have to make it up through other rounds. So our goal for each round absolutely should not just be 6.41 points. We need 7, 8, or even more points in order to guarantee that we raise our score. The end of 8 rounds marks a line. From the statistics of previous seasons, we can see that in the beginning rounds of a season, most of the teams prioritize remaining cautious, observing each other, learning more about the situation, and testing each other. There aren't too many unexpected surprises in battle, but after around the 8th or 10th round, they're done sounding each other out, so the teams begin to individually target specific areas to work hard, and that's when the real chaotic fighting begins. The rookie block, powerhouse teams capsizing in the gutter, many players' conditions inexplicably decreasing. In reality, these aren't without cause. It's because after the early period of observation, all of the teams start putting real effort in. Whoever plays their moves better will have the last laugh. If competition only compared aces and god-level characters, then wouldn't the champions be decided as soon as the team rosters were revealed for the season? Let's work hard and welcome the chaotic fighting to come. We will be the ones laughing until the end. After the situation was analyzed and understood, they began discussing their battle plans for their opponent in the next round. In the 9th round, Happy would be playing an away game against the other team that had debuted this year, Team Miracle. The end of 8 rounds meant that Miracle had already played 8 matches. And in these matches, what kind of impression did they leave on their opponents? Yiziu began to take them apart in his analysis. Glory Pro Alliance Season 10 Round 9 was on the evening of November 1st, and this day was also the release date of the new edition of the bi-monthly Esports Time. Esports Time's position and opinions were expressed much more clearly than Esports Home's were. It was relying on this kind of style that they managed to claim their spot of territory in the area of esports media reporting. And Ryuan Cheng, as a head writer for Esports Time, took thorough advantage of the resources at his disposal. The big topic for this edition of Esports Time was exposing Tang Ru's conduct. Ryuan Cheng named this incident the biggest scandal in Glory history and described it in all sorts of flamboyant, unrestrained language. Many of her performances in the 8 rounds to date were carved as proof that she was human scum. An angelic appearance, a dirty heart, Ryuan Cheng's words were extreme. After Chen Guo received this edition, she swiftly destroyed it. It brought down spirits too much, and besides, they still had a match tonight. And although Ryuan Cheng thoroughly attacked Tang Ru, he didn't discover her family situation, which almost made Chen Guo anticipate the Tang family standing up and giving Ryuan Cheng a scare. This guy was just too despicable. That night, the match was held at Team Miracle's home stadium in City M. This team that purchased its players for only 5,000 yuan didn't appear to be a particularly wealthy team. Like Happy's, they rented their home stadium. City M wasn't home to any other Glory teams, so this stadium naturally didn't originally have the specialized holographic Glory projection technology. However, the amount of resources a team possessed was an important criterion considered by the Alliance when approving a new team to join. Teams that applied didn't get the same financial support from the Alliance that teams like Happy that won the Challenger League did. But Miracle was able to successfully pass the checks and enter the Alliance, which then led people to believe that this team wasn't particularly short on money. The projection technology in Miracle's home stadium was impressive. At this time, before the match began, the host was accompanying the projection to introduce the players and characters of 2 teams. After 8 rounds, many teams found a strong sense of déjà vu in Miracle's roster. Excellent Era. Of course, this wasn't just because they had 3 players from Excellent Era, but also because of the class composition of this team. Aside from the Elementalist, the Striker, and the Sharpshooter, who were the former Excellent Era players, the first-string players of this team were a Battle Mage, a Launcher, a Spellblade, and a Cleric. This was entirely the same as the roster of the old Excellent Era. What was different was that old Excellent Era had Battle Mage, Launcher, and Spellblade as their core, while the current Miracle had these 3 classes as the orbiting moons, and the transferred players from Excellent Era, He Ming, Shen Jian, and Wang Zi became the central axes. Among them, He Ming became Miracle's captain. This former 6th player in Excellent Era probably never would have thought that he'd have the chance to lead a team himself. But Team Miracle. To be honest, leading a team like this, He Ming didn't feel particularly well off. Meeting Shen Jian and Wang Zi here was a sort of consolation, a reassurance that at least he wasn't the only person to be met with such misfortune. At Excellent Era, these 3 had just been teammates, but after they all fell and landed here, their relationship became much closer. These 3 would group together to wallow in their misfortune together, sometimes talking about the good old days they spent in the powerhouse that was Excellent Era. As of now, their other former teammates had all scattered. These 3 admired Liu Hao and Guo Yang, who had managed to enter Wind Howl and now had a certain position in that team. Especially Liu Hao, who had now become part of their main roster, and had performed quite well in the past 8 rounds. Wind Howl, who had managed to obtain him through a free transfer, all felt that they got a great deal from this. Aside from this, the cleric player Zhang Jiaxing had gone with Xiao Shikin to Thunderclap and was also doing very well there. This season, Thunderclap was playing more and more smoothly. They were actually ranked second on the current leaderboard with 61 points, losing only to Samsara, and were earning lots of attention. As for Sun Xiang, that genius-level being, He Ming and the others didn't bother to envy his fortune at Team Samsara. Looking around, it seems that the 3 of them had drawn the shortest straw. The 3 were all depressed about landing in Miracle, but they didn't dare neglect this team. In this weak team, if they were careless and became relegated, then their futures would become even more awkward and uncertain. And so, these 3 players worked quite hard in Miracle. Right now, they were in 18th place with 21 points, with a solid lead above Bright Green and Seaside. They even beat Void in an away game 7-3, one of the rare upsets in the first 8 rounds. And this round, their opponent, Happy, He Ming, Shen Jian, and Wang Zi had complicated mixed feelings toward Happy. Things were a bit simpler for He Ming, as he had already left Excellent Era during the season that the team was relegated, and he hadn't experienced the sweeping pain when Excellent Era fell to Happy in the Challenger League. Looking at Happy, the only complicated feelings were toward his former captain Yi Zhu and former teammate Suma Cheng. As for Shen Jian and Wang Zi, who had experienced the Challenger League, Happy could be said to be the chief culprit of their current miserable situation. If there had been no Happy, then perhaps Excellent Era would currently be a big player, lifting high its 3 All-Stars and shining brightly in the playoff tier. We cannot lose this match, October 27th, during a small meeting between the 3 of them 5 days before their match, Shen Jian declared. But He Ming and Wang Zi didn't say anything. That person in Happy's roster was a shadow upon them. That won't be too easy, Wang Zi hesitated for a moment but said it. In the current leaderboard, Happy had a lead of 10 points above them. Pro players wouldn't feel that a match outcome was decided because of a point difference. For Wang Zi, the scary thing was still that person. In front of that person, he felt that he had no way of relaxing his hands and feet, that any of his movements would be thoroughly scrutinized and seen through. Right now, they're bruised and battered. It's a perfect chance for us to earn points, Shen Jian said. He Ming and Wang Zi froze and then suddenly understood. That's right. That Tang Ru and Happy had really stirred up a lot of trouble this time. If she'd been in the old Excellent Era, she probably would have already been kicked out, and even if not, she'd be buried and hidden. Happy was currently in a rough time, and these waves wouldn't calm down again so quickly. November 1st was the 9th round and also the release date of the new edition of Esports Time. There would definitely be articles about this. Let them see the articles during the day, then battle them at night. This rhythm was quite excellent. Chapter 1199, Team Miracle's Sacrificial Pawn. Chapter 1199, Team Miracle's Sacrificial Pawn. Translator, Namyumi Editor, Namyumi. Team Miracle's home stadium. After the 2 teams were introduced, the players on both sides entered the venue and met in the center of the stage, shaking each other's hands and greeting each other warmly. It looked as if their relationship was friendly and joyous. He Ming was Team Miracle's captain. He gave a most amicable greeting towards his former captain Yi Zhu, particularly showing his concern for the recent 1v3 controversy. That guy Ryuan Cheng is too outrageous, He Ming said indignantly. He's talking nonsense again in today's issue of the Esports Time. He really is unbearable. Did you guys see it? If you guys haven't, I have one here. It's truly infuriating. He Ming held a copy of today's issue of the Esports Time and promptly took it out with who knew what motives. He directly opened the conversation with an article about Happy, asking in a concerned manner about Yi Ziu and the rest of Happy's opinions. Yi Ziu didn't brush away his good intentions. Even though he had already seen the article, he still took it. "Is one copy good enough? I've got more if you guys need more," He Ming said. The members of Team Miracle seemed to have all conjured up a copy in their hands. "Team Miracle really likes to read. What a good practice," Yi Ziu said. "You're too kind," He Ming said modestly. "Just one copy is enough. You guys can keep the rest." Yi Ziu smiled. "Hey, there's no need to be polite between us. Take them, take them." He Ming signaled Team Miracle's players to hand over their copies of the Esports Time to everyone in Happy. After handing the copies over, they didn't give Happy an opportunity to refuse. He Ming led Team Miracle down from the stage while waving towards Yi Ziu. "See you in the match." "See you in the match." Yi Ziu waved his hand and then led Team Happy back to their seats. On Miracle's side, the group was stealthily glancing towards Happy's side. "They're reading it. They're reading it," someone yelled out excitedly. Quite a few people from Happy were taking a look at the Esports Time paper that they had shoved into their hands. He Ming, Shen Jian, and Wang Zi looked at each other and chuckled as if they had won. The official match soon started. The first competition would be the individual competition. The players to be sent out by the two teams appeared on the large screens in the stadium. Happy would be sending out Wei Chen, Warlock Windward Formation. The three bros in Team Miracle whispering in each other's ears suddenly froze. Hadn't Yi Ziu always gone up first? Why'd they change it up today? Their Team Miracle had sent up their Spellblade Xiang Yuanwei. Of their 6 players in the individual rounds, he was their weakest. Team Miracle's plan had been employing the principle of Tian Jai's horse race, throwing their weakest to face Yi Ziu. How could they have known the other side would suddenly switch up the order? Wei Chen. This player could be considered an elderly person in the competitive scene. He had appeared an extremely limited number of times this season. Why was he sent out against their Team Miracle? Was this contempt? He Ming and his 2 bros were furious. After all, they had once been part of a powerhouse. Even though they had fallen, they weren't about to let others stomp on them as they pleased. "Yuanwei," He Ming called out to Yuanwei, "play fast, fight fiercely." "Okay," Xiang Yuanwei nodded his head. He had originally been their throwaway piece. As the time drew near, he stepped onto the stage. He Ming and the others had been planning on giving up this fight, so they hadn't put a lot of thought into it. They just listened to whatever Xiang Yunwei wanted for a map and didn't object to it. The map was Sky Garden. The terrain wasn't complicated, but it was an exceptionally beautiful map. Spellblades had a lot of flashy moves, so they would sometimes reap surprising results from this map. Xiang Yuanwei didn't seem to have given up despite being a throwaway piece. He still put in quite some thought into choosing a map. The match began. The 2 characters moved towards the center from their starting corners. Xiang Yuanwei listened to his captain's advice. He didn't play any fancy tricks and quickly went forward to take the initiative. As for Wei Chen, he pretended to charge forward wildly for a short distance. Then amidst the crowd's boos, he shamelessly hid inside a thicket of flowers. But it seemed that he still felt like it wasn't enough cover, so he had his character lie flat on his stomach. The large screen cut to Windward Formation's viewpoint. He was carefully looking around from the cracks between the flowers like an evil ghost. The boos from the crowd intensified. Team Miracle wasn't very popular, but they still had fans. In these moments, they obviously had to give their support to the home team. Wei Chen's despicable ambush was immediately condemned by them. Everyone hated how the referee didn't just directly red card the guy away for such dirtiness. Happy had previous history for this. The crowd impatiently hoped to see this scene again. Happy had a previous offense before, so the referee really was paying close attention to them, his demands more strict. The referee saw Wei Chen setting up an ambush and subconsciously started checking the time. Xiang Yuanwei's spellblade rushed forward, but the thicket of flowers chosen by Wei Chen was too thick. Xiang Yuanwei rotated his spellblade Hollies' viewpoint left and right, passing over windward formation's hiding spot several times, but he failed to notice him. The crowd was feeling even more anxious than the player. 1v1 maps weren't very big. Sky Garden didn't have complicated terrain. Since he couldn't find his target, he had Hollies raise his sword in the air. Fire wave sword. A wave of raging flames rolled forth, leaving scorch marks everywhere in its path. The frail flowers and grass were instantly burned by the fire wave sword and turned into ash. After this sword came another. Earthquake sword. The magic waves from the sword intent raised up the earth, uprooting the grass and flowers, lifting them up and then pressing down. Even though it wasn't as clean as fire wave sword, it would still be obvious if anyone was hiding there. But windward formation was still nowhere to be found. Hollies turned around and pointed the tip of his sword in a different direction. Xiang Yuanwei wasn't throwing around his skills randomly. His wave swords always aimed at areas lush with flowers and grass, letting him cover a wide range of possible hiding locations. Just from these two wave swords, it could be seen that this player was quite familiar with this map. The third wave sword was aimed directly at windward formation's hiding spot. Ice wave formation. A wave of ice surged forth, freezing any plant it touched. The next wave of ice shattered these frozen plants, sprinkling ice crystals onto the ground. Windward formation still isn't going to move. Everyone looked towards Wei Chen's warlock. Sure enough, this time he could not sit at ease any longer. Windward formation scrambled to dodge, rolling backwards in an extremely ugly manner. Ice wave sword had a limited range. With this backwards roll, he was able to escape from the wave sword's range while also staying hidden. Too crafty, everyone thought to themselves. However, Xiang Yuanwei wasn't just using these wave swords to scout out the area. Whenever he released a wave sword, his viewpoint spun quickly, observing the movements of the grass and wind at every location. The moment his ice wave sword came out, Xiang Yuanwei noticed a rustle from the flower thicket at the end of the ice wave. Xiang Yuanwei was the weakest in Team Miracle. In the past 8 rounds, he had only appeared once in the team competition. However, just because he was weak didn't mean he didn't work hard. Even if he was just a sacrificial pawn, he would still try his best, choosing his best map. It didn't matter who his opponent was. He would strive to win. Seeing a rustle from the thicket of flowers, Xiang Yuanwei didn't wait for Ice Wave Sword to finish and immediately moved towards in that direction. Electric Wave Formation. After Windward Formation rolled out of the way of Ice Wave Sword, he just happened to be within the formation's range. The ball of electricity shot out lightning, automatically chasing after Windward Formation, who was still hiding in a bush. The lightning shot through his body, the flash sweeping away the surrounding flowers. Windward Formation, who had been lying in ambush, was completely revealed. He cut a sorry figure, pressed onto the ground by the lightning. The crowd instantly erupted into cheers and laughter. Too awesome. Seeing someone so shameless in such a sorry state was too satisfying. The crowd's emotions reached a high point, but Xiang Yuanwei wasn't happy just because of this. He wanted to win, and it was still too early to tell. It was just an electric wave formation, not a serious blow. What was important was that he had finally located his opponent's position. Xiang Yuanwei had Hollies rush forward, brandishing the short sword in his hand. Storm Wave Sword. This wave sword was the fastest among all wave swords. A powerful whirlwind roared out from Hollies' sword, ripping apart any plants in its path. By the time these shredded plants drifted down, who knew how far away the storm wave sword intent would be at? Trapped by the electric wave formation, Windward Formation was unable to dodge this extremely fast attack. The storm wave sword didn't seem to be striking him. It just looked as if it flitted by him like the wind. But immediately afterwards, numerous thin arrows of blood shot out from Windward Formation's body. After these two skills, Holly's was finally in position. Spellblades kiting around the target at the farthest range possible wasn't a good choice because the speed of wave swords wasn't very fast. If they were too far away, the opponent could easily dodge it. Thus, compared to their skill's attack range, Spellblades needed to fight at a slightly closer range. As for exactly how much closer, that depended on the player's hand speed and fighting style. Xiang Yuanwei's most comfortable and favorite distance was at 2/3 of his wave sword's range. At this moment, his Hollies had finally reached this position. Earthquake Sword. This low-level skill had a short cooldown, allowing him to use it once again. At a distance of 2/3, dodging this attack would require faster reaction speed and hand speed, and these just happened to be what old generals lacked. He's playing well. Down from the stage, Team Miracle's unfortunate three were grouped together in a very good mood. Even though Xiang Yuanwei was their sacrificial pawn, it didn't mean they had no hopes for him. Seeing that he was playing well, these three saw this lower-skilled player in a new light. Sending such an old guy onto the stage, what is Yi Ziyu thinking? Shen Jian sighed. Probably to stabilize the situation. Old generals are better at dealing with pressure after all. He Ming had been thinking about the meaning behind Wei Chen being sent out the entire time. But in the end, he's going to lose, Shen Jian laughed. Our Team Miracle isn't that easy to bully. He Ming was quite excited. When things were going well, he was very willing to be in character, viewing himself as a glorious member of Team Miracle. But at this moment, the situation suddenly changed. Xiang Yuanwei had just gotten into his favorite distance and was about to have Hollies continue his onslaught, when he was suddenly engulfed by a plume of purple fire. Warlock Skill, Shadow Flames. Chapter 1200 Death's Door Opens Wide. Chapter 1200 Death's Door Opens Wide. Translator. Namiyami Editor. Namiyami Shadow Flames dealt primarily dark element damage, with supporting fire element damage. However, no one would focus on the damage for Warlock skills. The control skills and status effects inflicted by Warlocks were the most uncomfortable to deal with. Shadow Flames was no different. Apart from the first wave of health this skill seared off, it would inflict a 6-second-long flames effect, a damaging status that did damage every 2 seconds. This status damage also interrupted chance. The wave swords of Spellblades were instant, but wave formations were chanted. With Shadow Flames, a Spellblade's rhythm would be heavily disrupted. But when was this Shadow Flame unleashed? Everyone was so focused on Holly's wave swords and wave formations that no one ever noticed. Xiang Yuanwei was also shocked, suddenly afraid of being too reckless. But if he didn't charge, Wei Chen wouldn't let this chance go. An explosion of curse arrows shot out from the flower bush, clearly having been charged for a long time. Shadow Flame didn't affect the character's movement, so Xiang Yuanwei hurriedly had Holly's dodge, hoping to throw his own attack back as he did. But that was when he realized that, out of all the instant-cast wave swords, only Waltzing Wave Sword was available. Waltzing Wave Sword, as the name implied, didn't strike in a straight line. In a team competition, it could often create unexpected effects, but right now it was a 1v1 fight with just a single target. No matter what arc the attack made, the destination was the same. Apart from being able to use it to ambush others in specific situations, Waltzing Wave Sword would just be giving the opponent ample time to dodge when fighting face-to-face. However, apart from this sword, the other wave sword skills were all in cooldown. Xiang Yuanwei immediately realized that he had most likely fell into a rather terrifying trap. His wave sword skills were almost all on cooldown, and his wave formations were under restriction from Shadow Flames. The 6 seconds were purposefully created by his opponent, so how could the other let him go so easily? Even as he struggled with himself for this split second, Waltzing Wave Sword was still sent out. With the attack, flowers and grass flew everywhere, and it left a clear arc across the ground. If you couldn't dodge that, then you really didn't have any right to stand on this stage. Xiang Yuanwei really had no choice. He didn't have the time to adjust himself, so he could only strike back like that to give his opponent a little pressure, even if it was minuscule. And then retreat. Xiang Yuanwei hurriedly had Holly's back away, wanting to get some distance. He knew that danger could come from anywhere around him. His opponent didn't just hide his character, but used such a simple action to lure him into action and strategically beat him down. Sly old fox. Xiang Yuanwei commented on Wei Chen as he had his character escape. Speaking of which, he had thought that his opponent would be Yi Ziu, and his head was filled with the strange, ever-changing style of the unspecialized. Yet he had ended up meeting a warlock, and an endlessly shameless warlock, too. Holly's was continuously moving backwards, and Xiang Yuanwei didn't dare have his character turn. He still had to keep an eye on what this shameless warlock would do to try and disrupt him. Yet what was most surprising was that the other didn't do anything. The flora was completely silent, as if windward formation had suddenly disappeared. What was this about? After jumping back twice again, Xiang Yuanwei had Holly stop his retreat, confused. The audience wanted to cry. Xiang Yuanwei couldn't see what windward formation was doing in the bushes, but they could. Windward formation, this shameless warlock, was currently flat on the ground, charging up a spell. Players familiar with warlock class immediately recognized the endlessly gathering energy. Death's Door, this was the warlock's level 70 ultimate, Death's Door. Using the cover from the terrain as well as a psychological understanding of his opponent, Wei Chen fearlessly and directly started chanting a time and mana-consuming skill, Death's Door. Attack already. Many members of the audience was already shouting desperately. Even the members of Miracle, Xiang Yuanwei's teammates, had stood up, fists clenched. However, Xiang Yuanwei had his Hollies carefully, cautiously observe his surroundings as he inched forwards towards the bushes windward formation was hiding in, sword raised. Caution was good, but caution at a time like this just made the audience so desperate they wanted to curse. It was only until the bushes windward formation was hiding in were no longer sufficient to cover up the miasma gathering at the tip of Death's hand that Xiang Yuanwei realized something was wrong. If he still didn't know what this was by then he couldn't be called a pro player at all. Run. Too late. Death's Door had a very wide area of effect. In addition, windward formation was a warlock with a terrifying attack range. This Death's Door wouldn't give him any chance to run. He'd have to go for it. Xiang Yuanwei was quick at coming to a decision. If he couldn't run, then he would advance and find a way to interrupt the skill. Death's Door was a skill that had to be maintained even after being activated. They could be interrupted any time from when they began chanting to the end of the skill. Go! The audience roared as one. They all felt that at this distance, with the Spellblade's attack range, there really wasn't anything to be afraid of. Xiang Yuanwei thought the same. Hollies charged forwards, magic pulsing around his blade. Attack! The short sword swung out. Boom! A thunderous noise that seemed to pierce dimensions boomed. A black, spinning door that led to another world rotated slowly, set up directly in front of Holly's. Holy crap! Countless audience members fell out of their seats. This Death's Door was actually placed between the two. This way, if Xiang Yuanwei had realized what was happening and turned to run like a noob, then he might really be able to run out of Death's Door's range. However, he was a pro player, and his experience told him that running was impossible, so he tried to close in to interrupt and ran directly into the Door of Death. The Death's Door was probably delighted and surprised. It probably never had such easy prey before in its life. Its miasma tentacles barely stretched out of the door and were already at Holly's shoulders. Xiang Yuanwei didn't even have the time to attempt a dodge before he was caught by the tentacles of miasma. Then he was easily pulled into the door. Death's Door came quickly and left quickly, too. In a 1v1, Death's Door was primarily focused on damage. As for its control abilities, warlocks had to continuously maintain Death's Door, so even if they trapped their target, they couldn't send out other attacks. However, Death's Door's attack, coming from another demonic dimension, wasn't anything easy to deal with. Apart from the damage, the target would be thrown about and disoriented. Chaotic rain, hexagram prison, grasping phantoms. Wei Chen very calmly, with a not all that fast hand speed, sent out the skills he had long since prepared one by one. Holly's was inflicted with countless negative status effects. He was sometimes confused, sometimes bound, sometimes controlled, sometimes imprisoned. Wei Chen had a very good rhythm to his attacks. If a veteran like him couldn't even control his own rhythm, then there was no point in him continuing to fight on the pro scene. No matter how experienced, he wouldn't be able to utilize it. Xiang Yuanwei refused to give up, but his struggles never managed to turn the tides. Holly still fell in the end. Wei Chen won and Xiang Yuanwei left the stage depressed. His heart was filled with what-ifs. If he did this, if he only did that. However, there were no ifs in competition. These ifs could all be turned into experience and help the player grow. Wei Chen was naturally delighted when he came back. He took the boos from the audience as cheers, walking as if he was 10 years younger. What other result could you expect with me at the helm? After returning to the bench, he accepted everyone's praises and complimented himself without any semblance of modesty. Amazing! Yiziu didn't even send him one word of mockery. What's up today? How come you're being so nice to each other? Chen Guo was surprised. It was downright unnatural that Yiziu and Wei Chen didn't mock each other. Ha ha ha, Yiziu chuckled but didn't explain. Hearing these praises, Wei Chen took his fill of boasting, and when he had enough, he shook his head. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Gazing at his retreating form, everyone was stunned. Something like that was something everyone should have dealt with before the match. Only one individual battle had gone by, it hadn't been long. He didn't win as easily as it might seem, Yiziu suddenly said. Chen Guo was confused. He didn't say a single taunt for the entire match, Yiziu sighed. Chen Guo continued to be stunned. Gazing at Wei Chen's retreating figure, Chen Guo felt as though she saw a well-hidden exhaustion in his form despite the arrogance he had came off stage with. As for over here, I'm going up then. Suma Cheng stood. She was the second player to go up on Happy's side. Good luck, everyone said. It's Suma Cheng. Over at Miracle, the unlucky three looked to their former teammate's name flashing across the screen and then saw Suma Cheng walk towards the stage. Leave it to me. Wang Zi seemed very confident. He had been arranged in the individual competition and had hoped to be set against Suma Cheng. Good luck, the time to prove yourself has come, He Ming said to Wang Zi. When Wang Zi was in excellent era, he couldn't count as a core player. Pros in his position all had the desire to prove themselves. However, excellent era was no longer here, and he didn't have to fight for his position in the team anymore. Instead, he had to prove himself to the entire pro circle. The all-star level ex-teammate of his, Suma Cheng, was the best opponent he could ask for.